was a year that saw a lot of progress in dismantling the satanic globalist elite. They are very, very close to losing power. And if we play our cards right, we should be able to have a new Bretton Woods type agreement this year. But what we need to understand is that the year started out with Donald Trump trying to reform the United States. They had the Department of Government Efficiency. They were doing all sorts of good things. It was going to take over Canada, take over Greenland, take over the Panama Canal. And suddenly, in June, he disappeared at a G7 meeting. And then since then, we've had the fake short fat Trump who presided over one of the largest military defeats in U.S. history. The United States lost 3 aircraft carriers and ran out of missiles. And basically, Israel was militarily finished. And now they're sending me a bunch of fake videos, probably filmed in India, saying that the Iranian regime is going to be overthrown. I don't believe it. You know, Iranian protesters don't go around with CGI generated English placards. Okay, so they send me a whole bunch of these videos, but I'm not going to bother sharing them with you. I'm asking my Iranian sources, and I'll get back to you on Monday to see what they say about the situation. But just so you understand why you can't trust anything that you see on your screens, and you should always verify. For example, I appear live in front of real people so they can confirm I'm real. I'm not just CGI. But in any case, take a look at this video showing you what sort of stuff they can do now, and they are doing it. So there's a lot of faker out there, and the last leaders of the failing rules-based world order are lying through their teeth about the real situation. They're faking their economic statistics, and that is going to lead to their downfall. In Germany, I just got sent some information from German intelligence that the Alice Weidel of the AfD, showed 3 documents showing that Friedrich Merz, first of all, he sent a letter to the bureaucracy saying that they must not publish any negative economic news. So they're ordering them to lie about the real situation in Germany, which is awful. Then they sent another letter saying that the bureaucracy needed to cover up crimes committed by foreigners. And then there was a third letter she presented showing that he was soliciting bribes. So Merz may be the first to fall, but we'll see. In England, Keir Starmer was also found to be taking orders from the EU to bring in foreign criminals to cause chaos in the UK. So again, he may also fall. We will see which one falls first. Although maybe my bet is with the French, because the French are taking serious action, especially the farmers. Take a look at this government buildings completely covered in manure in France. It might be that Brigitte Macron, i.e. Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's probably the head of the snake, is going to have to go, and then all the dominoes will fall. But also in the United States, the fake Trump, he was overruled by the Supreme Court on sending in the National Guard, and they told him the only thing he could do now was to invoke the Insurrection Act. So this could be a civil war in the United States, but my message to the armed forces of the United States is that your commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump, was replaced in June by a fraud, and you must not obey that person in the White House. It's not your president. And you need to set up some kind of emergency government to help the United States through this transition. Now, I was also going to call for the arrest of a bunch of people, but I think I'll let Archbishop Carlo Vigano speak for all of us when he listen to him. Who are still in positions of power.
A dangerous subversive elite has managed to infiltrate the highest levels of Western institutions and governments to implement the criminal plan of the Agenda 2030. In many self-proclaimed democratic states, the voices denouncing this global coup are being silenced through censorship, intimidation, psychiatrization, and even arrest. Among the victims of the totalitarian regime quietly establishing itself in Europe, Canada, Australia, and other vassal nations of the United Nations, NATO, World Health Organization, and World Economic Forum, all private entity funded by the same powers, is lawyer Rainer Fulmich, unjustly imprisoned and still awaiting for a fair trial. His crime is having dared to speak the truth in a world of criminal lies. I call on Catholics and all people of goodwill to raise their voices in defense of those persecuted by the globalist regime. It is not Attorney Fulmich who should be in prison, but those who committed the greatest crime ever against humanity: Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, George Soros, Ursula von der Leyen, Albert Bourla, and all their accomplices and emissaries, especially those in institutional positions. Free Rainer Fulmich.
And Archbishop Vigano, I've heard that someone is taking action. There was an explosion in Switzerland that killed over 50 people, and I was told that a very senior member of the globalist elite was killed in that explosion. We don't know who it is yet, but I'm willing to bet it's Larry Fink, but I don't know. I don't have any inside information. All I know is from the CIA that a senior globalist was blown up. And we know that a lot of the globalists are all gathering in Switzerland right now because their financial system is falling apart. They are facing bankruptcy, the entire private central bank cartel. They've run out of gold, and they only managed to keep revive the government, the U.S. government, after 40 days of being shut down by laundering cartel narco money in exchange for silver, and they use that silver to pay the Asians. Now the Chinese have cut off silver, and I don't see how they're going to get past the end of January. We'll see. But remember, the Dragon family is standing by with $100 trillion to help rebuild the West as soon as they get rid of their satanic infection. And take a look at this. If you don't think this is real, take a look at this plaque from the Satanists honoring Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. So you see, the West is satanically infected, and it has to be cured, and that's what we're going to do this year. And there are many ways we can do it, but what each of you can personally do who's watching this is to take your money out of the stock market, get cash, buy real things, try to use this cash as much as possible, but get your money out of their fake financial system. That's very important. That's what you can do. But at a higher level, action is being taken, and a lot of people are going to be removed. We're sure of it. And then we can start. We're hoping that Nigel Farage will be the first leader of the White Hats to take over a major G7 country, and then we're asking him to help convene a new Bretton Woods conference so that we can fundamentally rebuild the post-war international architecture to reflect current realities. We are also calling for a jubilee, a one-off cancellation of debt, a redistribution of assets that were stolen from the people through central bank fraud. That means each of you should get the equivalent of a house, as payment for what they've done to you. And we're also, saying we need to set up a future planning agency so that We are not outcompeted by the Chinese, who have such a system. We need to improve our system of economic governance. Right now, it's run by Satan worshipping pedophile elites who are blackmailed and who only wish to enrich themselves at the expense of others. They are not trying to, build a better world. They're just trying to enrich themselves at the expense of us. That's no way to run an economic system. We need to hire the smartest people who work for you to make your life better the way you want it to be. That's what we're fighting for. So let's try to do it this year. This has gone on long enough. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What are your thoughts on the silver export ban from China starting at the beginning of the new year? Is this the final nail in the coffin for the fiat dollar when Western bullion banks are cut off from accessing physical silver?
It could well be. As I said in my talk, the idea is to remove the Khazarian mafia from control of the world's financial system, because that's what decides what we as a species do in the future. And the key to breaking their control is to insist on physical assets and not their paper or their digits on computers. And this is what the Chinese seem to be doing. Cutting them off for anything that's real, and then their whole fake thing will just evaporate. We'll see. But you personally should invest in real things. Get your money out of the bank and buy a car, a house, a stereo, whatever, anything that really exists. That's my advice. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You kind of answered this question already. It looks like a large amount of billionaire investors are pulling out of stocks, citing overvaluation. It seems like you agree with this. If not stocks, what, in your opinion, is the best thing to buy? Is it gold? Is it silver? You did mention property. Are there anything else that you would suggest people invest in?
Well, I think land and housing is the number one. And farmland, so you have a supply of food, because at the end of the day, you can't eat gold and you can't eat silver. And there have been times in the past where no matter how much gold you have, just things that are long lasting. If you don't have a lot of money, maybe just buy a brand new state of the art washing machine or whatever you can afford, but just get something that's real, that will personally improve your own life. That's what I suggest. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned that the explosion at the bar. How do you think this was done? People are describing it as an instant inferno. Was this a bombing, or does it look like more of an advanced weaponry?
I don't know. I'm still making inquiries, but my suspicion was that this was aimed at a specific individual. And then when I asked my CIA connections, they said a very senior member of the globalist elite was eliminated. And I guess Larry Fink, because either Larry Fink or Bill Gates are prime targets, would have a strong interest in going after these individuals. But I really don't know. I'll try to find out. And I don't know how it was bombed either. Again, it's too early, but there's many different ways you can do that. Next question.
Hey, Ben. It looks like China has started to make military moves to invade Taiwan. Do you see this occurring in the near future? And if it does, what does that look like? Who comes to Taiwan's aid? Who backs China? And who wins?
I don't think it's going to come to that. What's going to happen, I believe, the head of the Three-Legged Crow Society in Japan died, and they've now selected a new individual. And I'm guessing that the various royal families of Asia are going to have negotiations that will involve reuniting the Korean Peninsula and then sorting out the Japan, Taiwan, China triangle in a harmonious way. But at the end of the day, I think that what will happen is people from the government in Taiwan will be given a senior role running all of China as part of a unification process, and I believe China or Taiwan will be allowed to keep an independent army. But they're not. I don't think they're going to actually have a war. It's not going to be necessary. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the Minnesota Somali scam? What is actually going on there? Somalia has one of the world's lowest IQs, so I don't buy that they have figured out how to scam the government by themselves. What sort of inside things are occurring inside of our government to allow them to get away with this?
Uh, I saw one video of a supposed Somali scammer, and I'm telling you, the guy didn't look Somali. He looked Jewish. Okay, dark skinned, but definitely not. The Somalis have a very distinct appearance. I mean, the differences genetically within Africa are much bigger than anywhere else in the world. So different Africans are more different from each other than the Chinese are from the Europeans, for example. And the Somalis have a very tall, distinct features. And I don't think this has really to do with Somalis, although they may be used as a front. I think this is some kind of scam, and I'll try to look more into it. But I agree with you. I don't think it's actual Somalis, but they may be used as fronts. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself.
New material as the global defense war unfolds. We have retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi, former Australian Army Special Forces. Joining us today is retired Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel with extensive experience in logistics, finance, procurement, and large-scale systems management across decades of military and Department of Defense service. Joining us today, of course, is the popular podcaster, incredible service to this country, Michael Jaco, retired veteran Navy SEAL, dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government in high-risk environments. So you can sleep at night. We also have joining us, of course, is the man that helped me kick this off in conversations of creativity a year or so ago, is our good friend, retired Army Derek Johnson. He's an expert, in my humble opinion, on tabulating and covering the Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump's laws and orders and current events. That's our panel for today. We have a four panel. This is a panel of experts with military and intelligence careers, again, having served the U.S. and Australia with combat experience as well, to cut through the noise, to help us be informed through their analysis of what is going on in this war and where things are heading. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your service to this country. I wish you and your family a safe, healthy, and prosperous new year. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Absolute pleasure.
Bear with me. I'm making some adjustments. Thank you, sir. All right, let's jump right into it. A bit of a monologue there to cue up our audience's attention on where it needs to be and to take a chill pill on the big arrest. We kind of just had one, didn't we? Just the same. Let's get into Venezuela. Let's have this panel unpack Venezuela. There are so many angles with which to discuss this event, and we can begin with this aspect of it. I'll peel some layers back and guide our guests through this, but let's begin with the constitutionality and the legality of Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump's actions. The narratives from not only the left, mainstream media and so forth, but as well as from the less grounded target audience within the MAGA movement, stating that President Trump is a war criminal, he's acting without mandate from Congress, he's violating international law, and he's violating the Constitution. We'll begin this panel to weigh in on just that issue. We'll come back in Venezuela in a moment with follow-ups, but let's begin there with retired Lieutenant Colonel, our good friend Ricardo Bosi in Australia. Take that on, sir, if you will.
Thanks, John. Good morning, good evening, all. Great to be here. Okay, let's set the scene. That was a good shaping of the question from that quote from The Guardian, simply because people have to realise this is one long continuous operation, 70 years in the making at least, longer than that if you want to go back that far. So up until this point, many operations have taken place. So to take DJT's actions in isolation now as if they just occurred, we woke up one happy morning and all chaos had broken loose in Venezuela, is naive and uninformed, to say the least. So this is the tail end of a very long, it's been by and large ostensibly a special op. There's been conventional forces employed. But what we call, and there's a number of ways to say it, but special operations tasks fall into several categories. I'm not going to give you all of them, but to so you're aware what's been going on today. What we call special collection operations, gathering information. That can be reconnaissance, surveillance, dialogues, interviews, espionage, HUMINT, ELIN. There's a number of ways of collecting the data that needed to be used to take these steps. And bear with me, I know there's a slow answer to your question. There have been direct action operations, which is the delivery of kinetic effects behind the scenes, clandestine, covert, kinetic work being done as well throughout the years. And as you know, I've said before, a guerrilla war, which is largely what the White Hats have been fighting, stays underground and then transitions to conventional in order to have that final victory. Special protection operations, protecting personnel, protecting facilities. That's been going on as well. Support operations of various sorts. There's so many support operations that special ops do. And there's also the unconventional warfare, insurgency, counterinsurgency, foreign internal defense. All these operations, and you can look them up online to get a bigger breakdown, but all these things have been taking place in preparation for this last phase. Now, what is this last phase? And as I said, a guerrilla war has to transition to conventional, above the ground, obvious actions to finally win. And that's what we're seeing now, this kinetic aspect of it. And what we're going through now is a global recovery operation. It's a siege hostage situation. You've got to look at the entire planet as one siege hostage situation. It's like a huge block of flats, and every room is a separate country. There's multiple floors in this block of flats, and every room is a separate country, and every room has a terrorist holding hostages. And what the White Hats have had to do is look at this complex target, this block of flats with 100+ rooms, and each room has people in it, and they have terrorists holding them hostage. And the people don't even know they're being held hostage. They're just there. They're being fed. They're being entertained. They're being told whatever they need to know, and they don't know they're hostage. And so the White Hats have had to, over a long period of time, conduct their preliminary operations to understand the scope, scale of what's been going on. And now they're ready to conduct this recovery. Now, the reason I gave you that long introduction is this. The mission is always the same, to save the lives of the hostages. It's to save the lives of the hostages, because what that does, that narrows significantly the options open to the assault force. There's a famous case where an aircraft was on the tarmac, I think it was in Germany, and they attacked the aircraft. The aircraft burnt to the ground. Not a successful operation. So for those of you who have been patiently for something, this is the point. This global recovery operation, this global siege hostage situation, the mission is to save the lives of the hostages. Hence the what appears to be slow. Now, the first part I wanted was the recovery bit, and the mission is to save the lives of the hostages. What follows is stability, and stability meaning the re-establishment of a functioning system, and predicated on something that will make sure it never happens again. And that word is sovereignty. So they're the two words or phrases that you need to get to while we discuss the entire show today, from my perspective anyway. Save the lives of the hostages and sovereignty. Save the lives and sovereignty. Now, they seem like one's tactical and one's strategic, and it seems odd. But unless we bear those two words in our minds throughout, it doesn't really make sense. Now, the constitutionality of what DJT has done. As I said, this has been the continuation of an operation. We also know that it appears to be unconstitutional. It appears to be a war that has not been declared by the Congress, which is required by your Constitution. But the Constitution hasn't declared war for a long time, and yet actions have been taken by any number of presidents. The Korean War, for example, was a police action. It wasn't a war, believe it or not. You tell the soldiers that fought there that was a police action and not a war. And so the finery of whether the DJT has been authorized to execute what appears to be the invasion of a sovereign nation without due cause and without legal justification. Well, we know that this is a continuation of an operation. We know that the grounds for his actions are predicated on the fact that he is actually running this corporation, this continuity from the corporation, from this corporation to this continuity of operations. He is actually running a war. He is a wartime president. That was declared. So there is no illegality about it. And you would have heard us say many, many times on this show that the legal underpinnings of every action by the White Hats is key. And so they've got there. I guess that's a way to set the tone for: is it legal? Is it okay? Is what he's doing above board? Absolutely, by every metric. And I'll probably leave it there for the time being.
Well, thank you very much, and that's a great metaphor or analogy, if you will, that you walked us through in that dialogue, and I hope that helps everybody put this into perspective. We're going to come back to you, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, in a moment. I've got a B and a C follow up on Venezuela, but before we go there, let's take the same question to the panel. Colonel Lennox. President Trump is a war criminal. He's acting without a mandate from Congress. He's violating international law. He's violating the Constitution. What's your opening statement about that and Venezuela in general?
Well, I would go back to the Monroe Doctrine in 1800s, where Mr. Monroe said that any foreign nation attempting to do anything in this hemisphere would be subject to United States pressure. That has not changed. The foreign intervention in Venezuela justifies going in, and it is a constitutional thing because it was established by a former president who did the same thing. The people who object the most are the 60 senators who are getting their money from Venezuela. It's pretty straightforward. They get a whole lot of money from the leadership in Venezuela, and they don't like the fact that Trump is going in there and cleaning up getting their money. If we go back in a little bit of history, we could find out that the Rockefellers actually controlled Venezuela for many, many years by running the oil and then selling it back to them after they refined it in Barbados. So there are so many things about this, and plus the CIA has been running Venezuela for years and years for the drugs, the human trafficking, the oil, and the people. So when we look at it, we're actually taking our own people out of there, and we're cleaning up what's been going on for years and years and years. Sovereignty, which Ricardo talked about, is critical for people, all people. And what we're doing is recreating that sovereignty. And when we talk about the birth certificate next week, we'll talk a lot about sovereignty and what that means. That's pretty much a summary of what I see. I see nothing wrong with what he's doing.
Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, again, we're going to plow into a lot of different aspects on this in a moment, but address, if you will, the issue at hand here, the challenges that are being put forward by the left and by, again, the less grounded target audience, if you will, about the unconstitutionality of the president's moves. I want to put this to bed.
Yeah, we can go back. We can go back to Panama, the Panama invasion. I was involved in that with SEAL Team 6, hunting for Noriega. Noriega basically said that he was going to restrict us from using the Panama Canal. So, of course, we were like, well, that's not going to happen since we built that. And so we protected our interest, and we went in and made sure we had control of that canal. So we took him out of office, and things progressed very well after that. I remember walking through the streets in Panama City and people coming out and applauding and very, very happy that we had come in and done that. Venezuela will probably get that at some point. I hear that they're kind of locked down by this regime still. Delta came in and did an amazing job. I guess they went through about 32 Cuban bodyguards. By saying they went through 32, I'm talking about they eliminated 32 Cuban bodyguards. And just as Maduro was closing his very thick steel door, he was stopped just before he did that. Now, we've heard that Democrats were trying to alert him. So we're going to see a lot more of that reveal coming up. It's a problem. Obviously, we're talking about how cartel members are probably starting to run and hide, because they're like, in 3 minutes, they basically took down one of their top guys. And that's going to happen probably 4 more going forward. So the Chinese are down in South America in a big way. President Trump has talked about how they have ports in Panama, and I've heard that they had statues and so forth, and the Panamanians are turning them over. They're getting ready to exit from Panama. So the whole Central and South America is moving in the right direction. Today, the Venezuelan stock market was up massively. So it's a lot of people are happy about this. Now, President Trump has said Cuba is going to be going soon. I hear that the Cubans are celebrating as well because of that. Colombia will also be at issue because their president, like Noriega, like, come and get me. Maduro, come and get me. And now we have the president of Colombia say, come and get me. I think he's going to be not very long for that office. So this is President Trump. When he makes a promise, he keeps it. He is a man of his word. And we're going to see Central and South America cleaned up. And even going to Iran, we're going to see that get cleaned up as well. So it's a worldwide event that's happening that all of us are seeing. It's very clear to us. So very, very positive time.
You bet. Thank you. And we're going to jump into some of the countries you mentioned and some others in a moment. Take the same question to Derek Johnson, the illegality of President Trump's moves. What would you like to say to your target audience?
The one time that I should have been ranked higher than these guys, but it didn't work out that way. I could have teed them up big time. But President Trump always says, be careful what you wish for. And it's applicable to every situation. Follow the money. All right, so they followed the money. Maduro was put there by whom? Obama. All right, that was 2013. Dominion system, all this ties into the image you had up, the 13848 executive order. President Trump, as soon as they took Maduro, President Trump started posting all on True Social about the voting, Georgia, Wisconsin, different places. And then people got to remember, we put sanctions on Venezuela. So a sanction would be like putting a judgment on someone in a court, right? Well, then you get to collect from that. So that's what we're doing. We're collecting that oil. And there's a quote that President Trump said, I cannot remember when, but there was a time that he said specifically last year where he said specifically, why didn't we take the oil? And he was talking about Iraq. Well, to the average listener, right, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, but especially a Democrat, they would say that, it was all about oil. You listen to what President Trump said. He doesn't make mistakes. He's very keen on terminology. Why didn't we take the oil? He was talking about we, meaning like past tense. So nothing to do with him, nothing to do with present or future tense. He's talking about past tense with Iraq. Why didn't we take the oil, the United States of America? Wow, that is a big allusion to whom? Obama, right? The Bidens, Bushes, etc., all the way back. So he's telling you that all these wars in the past were not about taking the oil. He said, if we're going to go in there, why don't you take the oil from them? Because that's one of the key things that keeps them functioning in these nations, how they operate. Money. Money rules the world, right? All right, then go back to 2017 to 2021. The capitulations. Every single one of these operations are operations. They're not wars. You know, and a lot of people out there saying about a war criminal. Well, it actually has to be a war to be anything in that sort. These are strikes, strategic strikes, and strategic operations. And what these people are lacking are the executive orders. Well, guess what? Every single one of these strikes, Iran, Yemen, Venezuela, Ukraine, those are all executive orders from Obama all the way back to Carter. All right, so they're all carrying a national emergency. It's not a national emergency anymore after it's 40 plus years old. The oldest national emergency right now is 1979, which, not going to make everybody feel old here, is older than me. All right, so it's not a national emergency anymore. All right, so all of these operations. Last spring, no one was yelling about Yemen. We were just as much involved, our military, with Yemen. You didn't hear any of these people out there. So they're showing their colors that they only react to what they're told to react to. And then this is your meat of the subject right now. National emergency. Everything that President Trump is working with, he's taking everything that they did. Be careful what you wish for. Right? He's taking everything that Congress did to limit the president on what his constitutional duties are, simultaneous and side by side with the Congress. In 1973, overriding a presidential veto, Congress passed the new War Powers Resolution Act and made it to where a president had to declare national emergency and in 48 hours had to alert the Congress on his use of military. He had 60 days and then a 30-day withdrawal period, a total of 90 days. After that 90 days, there had to be a congressional authorization to use the military anymore. We have a congressional authorization. Everybody out there talking about Congress has to have an authorization for President Trump to be doing this. We have that. Title 50, Chapter 33, which is your War Powers Resolution Act, Chapter 33, Section 1550. It was put there December the 20th, 2019, by a Democratic-controlled House of Representatives, where Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House, and a Republican-controlled Senate. It was part of the National Defense Authorization Act. All right. Then President Trump played all these people for fools again. He got them out there chanting no kings and all this thing. We went 77 days from no kings to they're taken up for a dictator. And he got them all out there chanting that law enforcement should be involved with this. Well, what did it say? What did his official post say? That Maduro is in the hands of whom? Law enforcement? Well, they'll probably start chanting real soon again that this is not our duty, not their jurisdiction, like they did with the National Guard being in the city streets, which there's an answer for that militarily. Joint Publication 3-57. Go to page 46 in it. It specifically says that generally you don't want Title 10, Department of Now War, then Defense, as it'll read in that book. But it says generally you don't want Department of Defense military involved with civil unless, and that's the terminology everybody has to listen to. Unless what? It says unless deemed by who? Congress or the Constitution. Well, there's your deeming. If you want to be slang and be funny here and be lightful, but also, hey, this is all you need to know. Title 50, Chapter 33, Section 1550 is that congressional authorization. So President Trump is not a war criminal, but as Jaco and everybody else alluded to here, you know, this has been planned strategically for a long time. And this is the cleanup process. This is what we call our licking the chops. And Jaco here, being the Navy SEAL, I had to smile when I heard Delta Force and I saw the image of the guys with the lights out. You know, when the lights go out, baby, it's game over. Right. So all this, that's your visual that all this had been taken care of. So when the lights go out, it's night night for the bad guys.
Thank you, Derek. And to our audience, if you're running into challenges in your life and social circles, social media, and so forth about the issue of the lack of constitutional authority and so forth and the president, send them this segment. We're going to start with Derek and work our way in reverse now. Derek, while this, and I may be barking up the wrong tree, you can set me straight. While this is part of the operation, I, for one, have seen many, shall we say, oddities concerning the events. We're talking about Maduro, the arrest, the whole situation. I've seen many oddities concerning these events as they are shown to us on the news and on social media. Now, that's what we get to see. That's what we get to watch. How scripted is this? And is this, once again, something that perhaps to an extent has already occurred? And once again, we are watching a movie. Am I barking up the wrong tree? Any comments about that aspect of what we just saw unfold? We'll start with Derek Johnson.
Could be. What's been brilliant about all this is the fact that there's a hybrid warfare that's been going on. There's been a lot of irregular warfare, unconventional warfare, asymmetrical warfare, guerrilla warfare, and they call it, you integrate all that together. It's called hybrid warfare, which means you can use different kind of tactics. But basically, yes, most of it's been scripted, most of it's been strategic, all right, meaning pre-planned. But sometimes there could be where you keep someone on the playing field because they may be someone who, it may not be a high target, but they may be someone that can play into this and have a guilty conscience, tell on someone, and you trap them and you funnel them. And I like to use the verbiage where everything's a Trump wall, where you funnel them into a wall. And that's why President Trump has used a lot of the verbiage with the law of war manual and the law of land warfare, like occupied territory. He calls it occupied country, white flag of surrender, and actually it's the white flag of truce, and then puppet government, government exile, and then the word restoration. The term restoration is found in the law of land warfare. So he's used all those terms for the last 9 years, and the media has as well. Those are your comms, as we call them, to show you that this is all straight up military publications, military law, and most of it's scripted, but it can be to where, yeah, like let's just for example, like we were talking about a while ago, Venezuela, Yemen, Ukraine, Congo, all these nations are in executive orders from Obama and back. Iran. So it could be to where it would be a live action, but most of these, I'm willing to bet from the high up, most of these have already taken place, such as the Iran situation, because that would have required a lot of cleanup, especially with the nuclear, and that's also dangerous for everybody involved as well. It has to be very strategic, very planned out, but other things like President Trump and the media. I've been around real President Trump. I know the people that know real President Trump, and the people that people think that the man that everybody thinks they're seeing, is a double. But that's just using, and Jaco can allude to this depending on how much he can and could. But that's just the CIA. They've been using this for years, and it's just basically using tactics that are there. It's kind of like guerrilla warfare. JFK said this in 1962. He said that our military needed to be dominant in guerrilla warfare because our enemy would be. And if we're not dominant, then the enemy will be. So guerrilla warfare, a lot of civilians hear that and they automatically think bad. And a lot of our warfare, it can be good when it's good, but it's worse when it's bad. It's never bad when it's bad. It's worse when it's bad. But our enemy dominates with that. So some of this is scripted. Some of it's live, but like the Congress, they're all still under a partial continuity government. But it's still, you have to see who's going to do what as we move forward. You have to see who can be compromised. So all these guys here, and all of us, if we didn't know each other, let's just say this, but if we didn't know each other, but we're all secret military, how would we know each other in the room? Well, we would know each other by simple measures because of tactics that we all know and skill sets we all have, right? And the skill sets that especially these men right here have, because they have them a lot more years than I have and a lot more operations, but they can find the hiccups of someone who doesn't have that because they are that skilled. So some of these you want to leave open and let them trip up because it'll lead to, like Lieutenant Colonel Bosie was saying, more hostages, the children who have been under the tunnels. It can lead to more things. So it's an open playing field. Some of it scripted, some of it can still be live for those various reasons.
Thank you, Derek. Michael Jekyll, yeah, same sort of question. How much is scripted? And I'll throw this in the mix. Some folks out there are saying that Maduro's already been done away with some years ago, and we're watching sort of an actor in its place. Along the lines of that sort of dialogue, do you care to comment on this, Michael?
Yeah, that's a possibility. Now, Derek mentioned JFK in 1962. That's when the Navy SEALs were started. Nice. So, in the Panama invasion, like I was involved in, now we're seeing Delta was involved there. Now we're seeing Delta go in and do this hit. Delta's gone in and done a lot of stuff that no one knows about. Right. So, from my training and from my, view, I can see a lot of these things happening. Now, Osama bin Laden, it could have been a double that was playing his role, which didn't turn out so good for that double, if that's the case, because I saw the real-time footage, just like President Trump was talking about. He was watching real-time footage. So there's a lot of, play acting that goes on a lot of times. We saw OBL, a lot of different looking OBLs over the years. Maybe if we look at Maduro, we'll see some different ones. I don't know. But another thing that President Kennedy was doing was bringing in silver during his administration. And I believe we're going in that direction again. So breaking down monetary systems, coming in and, closing out systems that are running down in South America and Central America with, like we talked about, China. China's down there in force. The Cubans were obviously there in force. That's all getting cleaned up all through all of those countries. And we're going to see, like President Trump was talking about, we're going to start to control the oil. And that's an asset of the United States. All of the, trading that's going on right now, most of the countries in South America right now are trading with China over United States. So we're protecting our interest. It's going to continue. We're going to clean that up. There's no problem with free trade, but China's taking advantage of that on a massive level. And I think as we move forward, we're going to see more and more of that. Now, as far as Maduro, I looked at, very suspect. He seemed to be in like several different outfits when they brought him in. So staged, obviously staged movements. So when you see him in, he was in his like on the aircraft, he's in a certain uniform. He's got his blackouts and his headphones on, so he can't see or hear what's going on. And then you see him walking, looks like going across a beach in another like blue jumpsuit or something. It's crazy. And then you see him going through the ICE headquarters. He's in another outfit. So these are all staged movements, for the camera. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't, or someone like him wasn't taken. And we know that there was heavy intel down there on him. They knew everything about his movements, his dogs, what he ate, everything about, his quarters. Delta is exceptional, as well as SEAL Team 6 at, rehearsing for these types of events. So they probably had a mock-up of his home, and the guys were like doing that, for months of training, I guarantee you. So that's the way we operate. So when you go in and you do these missions, it's very, very surgical, very quick, very precise. And I wish I'd been there. It must have been amazing. So, as you know, as we move forward, we're going to see more. We may even see them. I don't know if we're going to go in this direction, but we may even see them in some of the cities, because we're seeing Colorado is basically, really pushing back on President Trump really hard. They're breaking the law. And I joked, not really joked, but I said probably well over a month ago, 6 weeks ago or so, that I wouldn't be surprised to see SEAL Team 6 guys or Delta guys go in and do a rescue mission in Colorado. So we'll see, how things move. I think things are going to move along very quickly. The fraud is being exposed and so forth throughout the United States. That's going to bring attention to election theft, and that'll probably bring around an executive order, emergency executive order for President Trump to push out the military to make sure we have fair elections going forward.
Thank you, Michael, for bringing clarity on the Maduro moves and the staging and the identifying of different clothing as part of that staging. That's great stuff. We're going to come and talk about some other issues pertaining to Venezuela. We're going to get into a completely different subject. And you mentioned silver, Michael. We're going to close out on the currencies of the world and the issue with the central bank and the silver moves as well. Same question to Colonel Lennox. Staged, scripted. What's your weigh in on this event as it's unfolding?
Given the way Trump has operated over the last 10 years, 12 years, I would say that it was scripted. I had heard the other day that Maduro was arrested in 2021 under the continuation of government by Trump. And we have actors, 200,000 of them, playing different people. And the senators who are so upset about Venezuela, most of them are probably actors based on certain things that I've read over the last couple of years. So the whole idea of a movie is you want to get people ready for the finale. And this Venezuela is part of getting ready for the finale. And I see, we can bring in masks on all these people and nobody would be able to tell that they were not the real thing. I think it's mostly scripted because it already happened.
As I speculated, thanks to the panel for weighing in on that. Ricardo, Lieutenant Colonel Bosi, if you want to weigh in on this issue, I'm sure you have some valuable contributions. We've lost your audio, sir. Producer and
thanks. No, I agree with all. I agree with all the comments so far, without a doubt. It's mostly scripted, if not entirely scripted. And if people have difficulty comprehending that idea, just look at the NFL. The entire season is planned out. Every pass, every catch, whether somebody gets injured or not, and when they get injured, and they just accept it. And it's played out. So if you do that with a football match, with the resources that they have, you can imagine what the US government can do in terms of scripting an operation. Yeah, Maduro and the rest were taken down some time ago. It didn't mean brave things weren't done by brave people. Of course they were. There was still a job to be done. But you're not going to put the actors on stage and pull the curtain back until you've rehearsed it so the performance is flawless. And there's no room for error here. And so it's been, if not entirely scripted, then certainly mostly scripted. And if you want another clue to that, I think DJT was quoted as saying, as he was watching the live feed, it's almost like watching a TV show. There you go. What I don't think was scripted, for example, though, was the vision coming out of Venezuela of people in the streets hugging, crying, cheering, and celebrating their freedom. And that's go back to this block of units I was telling you about, so condominiums, 100 rooms, terrorists holding people in each room. Well, each of the terrorists has been replaced, but the people inside don't know that, and they're going to say you can go now, and they're going to go fantastic. And so, yeah, mostly scripted, if not entirely, but hard work still had to be done by some very talented people. So I'm not dismissing. People shouldn't get the idea that this was all very easy. I don't know. It was very difficult, very complex, and ultimate professionalism to execute it as they have done so.
Thank you, sir. You know, I interviewed Patrick Byrne a couple of months ago on Conversations of Consequence, the other broadcast show that I produce, and he actually broke some news there and stated it as breaking news. Of course, he later went on to Emerald Robinson and really unpacked it all about what was going on in Venezuela and the mission he and others were on, and took great risk in their life in delivering this intel to and for the world. So off the heels of that, why did we take down Maduro? We'll start with Ricardo, sir. Why did we take down Maduro? What are some of the benefits? Because they aren't, as I connect the dots, there's a lot of benefits and revelations to come from this operation that we're really at the tip of the iceberg on. So I guess the concise question is, what are the takeaways? What are the benefits and revelations that we're going to learn about, are learning about, and action steps that will be taken? And does it have global impact?
Well, so focusing on why Maduro. Venezuela, we know it's the center for global election fraud, global election fraud. The narco dollars that are funding everything on the planet is one of the major sources for that. And we can talk in more detail later, because we know that the cabal only uses two things to get people to do what they want. One is to pray to their god, Satan. The other is the money. And that's why the money is key. That's why Great Britain had its opium war with China. It was all about generating profit, because money buys whatever you want. Countries, sultans, you name it. That's what makes the world go around, quite literally. But let's focus more forensically on why Maduro, the man. Why was he taken down? Is he some sort of cabal bigwig with the control of this operation? Absolutely not. Like every other national leader that you can see on your screen, he's nothing but a puppet. Nothing but a puppet. But what's important was what the message here was very, very clever. They took down an individual as a result of legitimate criminal activities against the United States, but they left the rest of the regime in place. Now, why is that important? Because this is not regime change, old school CIA cabal. This is very, very different. This is saying, you're a crook, we're going to take you and we're going to lock you up. Now, the fact they've taken Maduro some time ago and he spilled the beans, that's a separate issue. But as far as the show is concerned, every other country on the planet watching this will see the corrupted leaders frog marched away in manacles, but the people will still have the opportunity to choose the leadership for themselves. And this is fundamentally important to what the world is about to experience. The Venezuelan government is still in charge. The deputy has been sworn in. There's this continuity. Everybody's happy. The Americans aren't the big bad wolf. They're the knights in shining armor that are actually pulling out the individual that's caused problems. And his predecessor, Hugo Chavez, the communist dictator that retired with billions of dollars in his pocket, again, not because he's some sort of genius, again, just another puppet. And if I could just embarrass someone internationally, please, let me just take a small step aside. We have this piece of filth in Australia called Philip Adams. Now, Philip Adams made his money in advertising, so the man has no soul. And then he promptly spent the next many years on the staff of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, otherwise known as the Australian Bolshevik Collective. And he for years has been telling us that we should take a leaf out of Hugo Chavez's book. He said that Hugo Chavez, what he was doing for Venezuela, our political leaders should do for Australia. Now, the reason I mention that is of no interest to anybody else on the planet, but Australia's got to wake up and realise that the most trusted faces on the public broadcast are nothing but communists whose entire purpose was to destroy this nation. Okay, the government is still in place. They've sworn in the deputy. It's not regime change. And it comes back to this, the people have to choose. And DJT actually said The opposition leader is no good because she hasn't got the trust of the people. Why? Because she didn't win the election. Now, do we know the election was rigged? Yes. Would she have won? Probably. Not the point. What is going on here is this, as Michael said, these are a series of operations. And this is very, very specifically focused with limits of exploitation, very strict limits beyond which they could not go. Let's remove the problem and then let the country re-establish its own destiny. Now, this ties to the national security strategy, which has been published, and we keep reminding, get online, look it up, read it. This is the plan they're following. This is what you've got to understand. And everything that Trump has done fits into this document quite nicely. And so this is now the model of what we'll see around the rest of the planet. We've seen simultaneously a lot of military air movements, particularly in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. And we're going to see the same model, I believe, where corrupted leaders are pulled out. Legitimacy of the government must be re-established. So, sanitizing of the electoral process and a free and fair election if that is necessary, if the processes are there. We know that every government is under control. There hasn't been a government on this planet that has not been under control. Whether it's a national, state, local, councils, you name it, all under control. But it's not regime change. It is removing a problem and then allowing the people the opportunity to now decide for themselves their destiny. And this comes back to this sovereignty issue. It's all about choice. And you're going to hear a lot of that word a lot, choice. If people are sovereign, if they are the source of law, which we hold that they are, then people are free to make a choice. Now, if they want to elect another communist, hey, fill your boots. But if another communist gets in and starts doing the narco trafficking again, you're going to get the same result. But this is where the White Hat plan is quite exquisite. Pull out the problem, get rid of it, and allow the people the ability to start re-establishing their own destiny. And this is, again, bit by bit, we'll see this rolled out across the planet. Different countries, situations, so it won't be necessarily a military action. For example, in Australia, you wouldn't need a military action. All you need is the Governor-General to dissolve the Parliament, which she is authorised and required to do if it acts unconstitutionally. She's required by our Constitution to warn them. If they continue, then she dissolves the Parliament. There's a precedent for this. There is not a problem with it. She appoints an executive council, which is the equivalent of a cabinet. The Constitution actually says an executive council. We colloquially refer to as a cabinet, an executive council to then run the affairs of state under her direction for 3 months before they are required to face an election. So different countries will have different means of achieving the same objective. Remove the problem and re-establish a process where the people can determine their own sovereign destiny.
Excellent. What a process about to unfold here. And to the gentleman you referred to in Australia, whose name I didn't retain, birds of a feather comes to mind since he's favoring the policies of Hugo Chavez. That should be a wake-up call for the Australians. Mike, where are we going here? We're going to, let's see, we started with Ricardo. Lieutenant Colonel Lennox, you care to weigh in on the benefits and revelations that are coming from this operation in Venezuela? We've discussed elections and some other aspects. Any contribution to that aspect of this?
I think the biggest one is getting a hold of the computers that control the computers that Venezuela has distributed.
Yes.
And I saw something the other day that the intelligence chief of Venezuela has given all of the information about all of the election systems and all of the other things that have gone on in Venezuela to the U.S. because he doesn't want to hang, because he directed all of those things. And I really like the fact that we're going to find out what 60 senators were drawing their paycheck from Venezuela, since they were elected that way. And I don't have a whole lot on that other than the fact that we found the equipment. We know where it is. We know what it is. We know what the problems are. And we've got the whistleblowers to tell us exactly how the software and the hardware work together to rig elections.
Very critical. Thank you. Yeah, very important. Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, same question. Benefits, revelations from the operation.
Yeah, I think the benefits are going to be phenomenal. I know that after they went in and they seized the computers and so forth from Osama bin Laden, there was a lot of things that happened after that. I was working for the CIA at the time, so I was privy to a lot of activity that went around a world, taking down cells and so forth. So that was a benefit. So those guys going in, why did it take as long as it did? Because I can tell you it's probably they could have been out of there a lot faster. We're probably seizing some information as well from that his mansion, and brought some of that back. So that's going to be very insightful. We're going to see even all the way back to Hugo Chavez, the election fraud that was coming from Venezuela, and how many people are in office or were in office because of election fraud. That's going to be exposed. The drug cartels that have been funding a lot of our congressmen and senators, not just in Washington, D.C., but also throughout almost all the states, governors, and so forth. That's going to be exposed. So there's going to be a lot of people that are going to, they're not going to be very happy, and they're going to fight. So watch who pushes back the hardest, all right? Who has the most to lose? That's where you need to, because most people like myself and everyone in this group, we're like, this is fantastic. Everyone should be, this is fantastic. We're stopping the drugs from coming into the United States. Now, I'm also seeing what we're, all of these setups that are going to be exposed. Now, if we look at in Australia, where we had the Bondi Beach, false flag event, we're going to start to see a lot of that get exposed. How these guys come in and do these false flags. This is going to be part of, I think, the operations that we're seeing right now. So if you look at the dates, 14 December, 14 December was also Sandy Hook. So you start to see how they basically just do the same operations over and over and over again. Now, when I was in Australia, SEAL Team 6, working with the Australian SAS, they had the Port Arthur massacre. And I remember the guys were saying, they're going to take away our guns. This is a bullshit, another false flag. They were saying it back then. So we can see through these things, but most people unfortunately can't. So that's why I enjoy coming on and doing these shows, because we really expose a lot of stuff in these shows. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and the rest of our panel, very much on behalf of everyone around the world listening to this. These are important monthly broadcasts that we do, and nobody knows better than these gentlemen about these operations, because they ran in these operations, of course, for the benefit of the human race versus the other side. They know, and so our audience really needs to listen. This is a panel of military and intelligence experts, and I can't thank you enough. I want to pedal back real quick to something Colonel Lennox said. It reminds me of, and maybe I'm off on the percentage, but I think it was Julian Assange who reminded us a while back, and I'm sure those clips can be found, that 95% of Congress will be said and done, when it's all said and done, gone, because of all the crimes and things they've been involved in. And you raise that point as it relates to Venezuela. You keep referring to the 60 congressmen and women that have lined their pockets off the backs of the Venezuelan people. So I'm glad you raised that issue. Derek Johnson, let's you want to say something?
We add to that a little bit? Tim Kaine is a senator from Virginia, and he's screaming loudest because he spent time many years ago in South America as a Jesuit in the Roman Catholic Church. And he trained youth in Latin America. And so he's screaming the loudest because he's probably getting the most money. And when we look at that and we see that, and my wife keeps asking me, how come Cain's showing up all over the place? That's why. Because that's where his money
Makes sense.
comes from.
You know, I think of our good friend Scott McKay, Patriot Street Fighter. He uses the term quite often, smoke out operation. You've got this sort of just as an added benefit to the operation in Venezuela. It's a smoke out operation in the seats and halls of Congress and all over this world. Fascinating observations. Derek, take this on, and we're going to move into some new territory. Benefits and revelations coming from the operation as it's unfolding in Venezuela.
Well, I'm going to add to what he said before I hop on that and add to Cain. The very first person to allude to the War Powers Resolution Act was Cain. All right. And then also Bernie Sanders just said we need to, Congress needs to reassert themselves. Reassert and assert are two different terminologies, ladies and gentlemen. Reassert. He said they need to make an amendment to end this. In what? Right, so that's perfect analogy, the smoke out. And the one who crows the loudest and is screaming the loudest that someone else is doing something over here, they're trying to cover something up, right? So that's all scripted. It's all part of it. But getting to back to Maduro, same kind of concept. We know for a fact that he was put into place in 2013. It all ties into the good versus evil. But keep in mind, again, remember before we go any further, that President Trump said this in 2020 election then. He said, we have it all. We've caught them all. All right. So that shows you that majority of this is scripted. All right. That doesn't mean that the operations didn't take place, but it's like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey said, the operations did take place, right? The manpower, all the militaries doing what they were doing, that did take place. That's not taken away from that. But when you talk about clandestine and covert, it's all underground until we want you to see it. So that's the key thing with that. So Maduro being put into place, it's not a regime change. It's a regime destruction. All right. And it's exposure to the hierarchy of what this deep state, the cabal, as we call them, the swamp that President Trump is draining. I always tell people that there's a saying that I added in my book. It says chaos plus division equals power acquisition. All right. And it still goes back to good versus evil. People always ask me all the time, like, why do you guys fight so hard? And I said, well, somebody has to for you, right? Somebody has to be the good in the world. And the Bible shows us that. The good word shows us that. Somebody has to be that good. Somebody has to be that light. We choose to be that light. All right. And then the other thing to show people is this, is that wars and power always revolve around the same swinging doors. Power is the key word, but then under that umbrella, it's always resources, territory, and money. That's what everything revolves around. And the Bible tells you it's not money that's the root of all evil. It's the lust of money that's the root of all evil. And so you see all these different people around the world, the parties, and just like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey was talking about the NFL, look at all these people playing a sport for a living, right? Making hundreds of millions of dollars to catch a pigskin, right? That maybe you played in your backyard, but then they'll turn around and tell you how bad life is sometimes and all these other things. And it's like, give me a break. So Maduro being put into place, it could be a situation where we don't know what was scripted. We don't know what the real Maduro, he may have been tired of being the dictator. He may spill all the beans and back, where he's detained. All right. We all know this, even in regular criminal cases. You separate all the people, and every one of them, it depends on how good that psychological operation is. And you get in there and that detective or whoever it is saying, hey, your buddy's right over here spilling all the beans on you. They may spill all the beans on them. So it could be a lot of that. And that's why I tell people all the time, they can still be evil, sure, but they can still have a guilty conscience and spill all the beans. And I think that Maduro is going to spill the beans on the voting systems. All right. And then Lieutenant Colonel Bosey held up the national security strategy. I highly recommend everybody read that. It's very key that you read it. It's a lot of things you need to read, but the national security strategy. And then Lieutenant Colonel Lennox was talking about the Monroe Doctrine, 1823. All right. And President Trump talks about the Monroe Doctrine, but then the Western Hemisphere, right? That is in the terminology of the Monroe Doctrine, but it's also found in Executive Order 13919, which came after the congressional authorization. It specifically mentions the Western Hemisphere, enhanced counter narcotics operation in the what? Western Hemisphere in 2020. So all this started way back then. And then the Indo-Pacific Agreement. You know, people wonder why we have interests everywhere else as well. It all ties in because this is all of their playing ground. And you alluded to, we're going to talk about the central banks. All this ties in. It's bringing down the whole network of all of their systems, right? One by one, piece by piece, strategically, in the domino effect, but also in the 5D master chess that not only President Trump is, but our generals and our admirals and other people that you see here on the panel, different people who are secret military, et cetera, everybody who's pulling their weight where you're supposed to, right? So there's that. The capitulations, they all tie in. All the nations that capitulated show who came aboard with President Trump in this plan. Because when President Trump walked in there, ladies and gentlemen, this is no disrespect whatsoever to our commander-in-chief, but President Trump was able to do that because of the plan behind him. He was able to walk in and say, you better get on board, or when the lights go out, it's night-night, right? So, and we found out who did. Ukraine didn't, Yemen didn't, Venezuela didn't, Iran didn't, all right? And we found out who did, and we can name those for days. But the voting systems, something as simple as the swing states. The swing states in the United States, that is that hierarchy that they made. That's how they knew, kind of like the NFL, scripted. That's how they knew these states would come down to the battleground states before the election. How did they know that? See, that's something that simple through the years that they pulled over everybody. But to show that this is also a scripted operation and it's been well planned out, the voting systems, Executive Order 13848 with the national emergency that was declared September the 12th, 2018. All right, quote unquote, Joe continued that all throughout 21 to 25, just to hand right back to President Trump, January the 20th, 2025. Why would Joe Biden continue an executive order with a national emergency for election interference? And also, every one of our military guys here can attest to this. Military orders with the congressional authorization are not continuation orders, because when a president does that, it does require that 90-day window in a congressional authorization. The National Guard have been active cybersecurity teams for the 2018 election, 2020 election, 2022 election, and 2024 elections. Knowing that they're not continuation, but let's just be hypothetical for a moment, and let's just say that they ignored that. Then why would Joe Biden have the National Guard cybersecurity teams collecting real data and real voting time? Because that's what the cybersecurity teams do. They're getting the real data and the real numbers, and they're also finding who's trying to hack, who's trying to add, who's trying to delete. Why would they do that? So that's all validated. And no other time have we used the National Guard for that in our history. And then something that alludes to it in the hierarchy. When they had Joe Biden on the debate with President Trump, he kept talking about Ukraine, and he kept talking about NATO and Article 5 of NATO. Ukraine's not a member of NATO. Why would he be talking about Ukraine and NATO and Article 5? Article 5, ladies and gentlemen, is where an attack on one is an attack on all. All right. Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. He also mentioned Belarus. They're not a member of NATO. So see, they're making all these people expose, who was tied in, who wasn't. But at the end of the day, also people forget that there are good people in every nation. People forget that, especially Americans. Americans are very I don't know. I don't know if it's closed-minded or just not educated on that. But so many people forget there's good people in Ukraine. There's good people in Venezuela. Everybody wants to be in vocal power, have a voice, and that's what we're doing is opening that. And all President Trump had to do, in a simple, was enforce the laws. And when you enforce the laws as prescribed to the full extent, then it exposes everything else. And as Lieutenant Colonel Lennox said, the ones who are crowing the loudest are the ones who are being exposed. And all President Trump is doing is just, oh, you gave me this button and you kept it in law. So we're going to utilize this law.
Excellent. Thank you. You know, let's move into the global defense war aspect of this off of the Venezuela turf. Seems to me the night of the Venezuela operation that the enemies in darkness across the world, when they woke up the next morning, they were having more than a bad hair day. They've been basically put on notice. And so this very panel has often referred to President Trump as the Supreme Commander in Chief of the Global Defense Allied Forces. We'll take this at the top with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. Please elaborate on what that means. Commander in Chief of the Global, Supreme Commander in Chief of the Global Defense Allied Forces. What is meant by that? I think we see that beginning to play out. And we'll be a little bit brief on this second segment of questioning because I got to take on 4 countries here. So, but let's start there, Ricardo, if you will, please. What is meant for the purpose of my understanding and our viewers? President Trump is the Supreme Commander in Chief of the Global Defense Allied Forces, and how that differs from a dictator. No audio, sir. You've muted your mic. You got to unmute your mic, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. That's a great question, John, and one everybody should understand. This is, and it has been an in extremis situation for the world. It wasn't a matter of simply let's vote new people in, because as we now know, there has never been a free and fair election on the planet for the longest possible time. So this was and in that situation, what happened was, as we know, the military leaders of the US decided something had to be done. They couldn't. The proposal was that they should potentially conduct a military coup, throw out the crooks, and then hand the reins of power back to the people. But that was never going to work. It would create a wound that would never heal, and it wouldn't work anyway because the people wouldn't believe it, and they just re-elect the same people. So what happened was this plan was hatched, and then progressively over time, and this is one of the key responsibilities of leadership, is to build alliances. And so they met with and worked with personnel in every country around the world, bit by bit, trying to determine who, if anybody, in this country is clean, is capable, and ready and willing to do the job that has to be done. And so over a long period of time, they recruited individuals, military, civilian, politicians, lawyers, media, you name it, unions, academia, every group. They recruited people they needed to recruit that might do the job. Now, they were few and far between. The militaries were okay because below the leadership level of the militaries, most of the lads and the ladies were straight shooters. They just wanted to do the right thing. So they could recruit military people within the organization. And let's just talk military, push the others off to one side. And so over many, 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 many years, they vetted, they checked everything on individuals to see who was trustworthy and who could do the job, because they were keen to have the people of their own nation clean up their nation as far as possible, if that makes sense, in conjunction with other allies. And so this alliance was established, this military alliance involving the militaries of just about every country on the planet. And the plan was developed, and they needed a leader lawfully elected, constitutionally elected, to lead this alliance, because otherwise it's just a military coup d'etat. And so constitutional legitimacy had to be established. Now, this explains why it took so much time for the corporation issue to roll itself out, Because if the planet was a collection of sovereign nations, then it would be fair to say, well, this is just a dictatorship. What right does Donald J. Trump have to step into my country, send his people into my country, and do something about it? Well, the White Hats don't miss a trick. The corporations were corporations, and corporations can be bankrupted, corporations can be taken over, and legitimate control, according to the cabal set of rules, was acquired. And so it's not like DJT and this military has stepped on the toes of sovereign nations. DJT and his troops, this global alliance, have been playing the cabal with their own rules, taken over their organizations, and established themselves, just as the cabal established themselves over the original legitimate United States. When it became the corporation, corporations were taken over. The corporations were taken over like any corporation can be taken over. And then legitimate control, according to a set of rules, not necessarily a moral set of rules, but a set of rules, could be played. And then when they had the plan in place, they had the troops and the allies in place and a legitimate commander in place, the plan could be executed. And that's the short version about what this alliance is and why it's legitimate and why Donald J. Trump is actually, simply said, the most powerful man on the planet ever.
What brilliant analysis. Thank you, sir. In the interest of time, and what do we have? About 200 countries on this planet. Big job ahead of us. The interest of our time, I'm going to just pluck a few countries out and just have you briefly comment on what you may see happening or now or about to happen. Let's start, and again, we'll be brief. We'll take this around the panel. Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, and Greenland. I see a lot of things going on here. Can you just take one at a time and provide any commentary you can, Lieutenant Colonel Bosey, on Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, and Greenland? What's happening? What's about to happen?
Yeah, sure. Cuba is closely aligned with Venezuela, closely aligned with the cabal. It was a means by which Castro was no great leader. We know that. He was just a puppet like everybody else, but they needed geographic locations for events to be taking place. Cuba will see the leadership dissolved, and again, an opportunity for free and fair elections for the Cuban people. Again, this plan is being rolled out. Canada next, you'll be rolled up real quick. Sorry, to my Canuck friends. You'll be rolled up quick smart, because you are as great a threat to, well, maybe not as great, but as a great threat to the stability of the United States, just like Venezuela was. The line that the drugs and the corruption comes from the northern border almost as much as the southern border is true. So once again, you're going to be wrapped up as well. But again, probably wrapped up in the US potentially. Like it, lump it. You might get a chance to be to remain independent. I strongly don't think that'll occur. Let's jump to Iran. Iran was a genuine threat for many, many years. It's now been retaken, and it will lose its corrupted leadership. And once again, the people will have a chance to reestablish their own sovereignty there. So the funding to the terrorist global organizations will disappear, and stability will return to the Middle East. There'll still be existential kind of conflicts between the Shia and the Sunni, but that's a local issue for them to sort out. And as we've said previously, and DJT has intimated, it's for the Muslims to sort out the Islamic world, not anybody else. So that now what became a global threat now is simply a localized threat, but there'll be massive pressure to make sure that that is resolved. And I think the last one was Greenland, John. Greenland, potentially again certainly part of the Western Hemisphere, always DJT's intention. Whether it becomes part of the greater United States or not, I don't know. It would make a lot of sense from a strategic perspective to wrap it up as closely and as tightly as they can. They might, like Canada, they might have an independent government of some sort, but closely under the umbrella of the United States. So you've got this Western Hemisphere stitched up very, very tightly.
Thank you, sir. Europe, just a brief comment on Europe. The president recently has stated to Europe that you're losing your heritage. What are you doing? What's your take on Europe? It's a big piece here.
The EU will be taken down. Individual nations will once again be able to fly their national flags. The EU flag will be hopefully burnt. and they have a chance then to start re-establishing themselves now. Once again, according to the National Security Strategy, if you read it, he has a plan for Europe in the sense that he wants Europe to become European again, which means, to my mind, the nation states will be free to export the imported unwanted immigrants from Africa and elsewhere back to their home countries. So they'll be now free because I can tell you, the Italians want the vous comprez. They call them vous comprez, which is sort of bad Italian. Do you want to buy? Do you want to buy? Because these people turn up and they sell stuff on the streets. Each nation wants these people out. They want to become Italian again. The French want to be France again. The Spanish want Spain to be Spanish again. They all want them gone. They want Europe to be European, and this is one of Trump's key pushes to make sure that occurs, because it's in nobody's interest to have an Islamic caliphate across Europe, and it is everyone's interest for them to then start to re-establish their national sovereignty, their national character, and begin to reform that vibrant culture of Europe that has been smashed over the last 20, 25 years.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. And, I lived in South Florida many years ago. Calaoche, I can tell you our Cuban friends are going to be celebrating at some point in the near future like we've never seen before in Miami. Let's turn that once beautiful island back into a beautiful island. Let's reestablish trade. Let's bring the families back together, and let's turn that into a casino-driven, wonderful tourist destination and prosper beyond belief, and take the yoke of tyranny off the Cuban people's necks for the first time in 60, 70 years, however it's been since Castro. And I also find it interesting, what's the guy's name? Che Guevara. I'm in Asia, and there's like Che Guevara T-shirts and posters, although they don't even know who the hell this guy is. I mean, but yet he's a hero to these people. Yeah. I don't understand it, but that's a quick, useless commentary. Michael Jaco, let's take Lieutenant Colonel Lennox, let's take this on. In the interest of time, can you comment or contribute to Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, Greenland, anything else you'd like to add, your perspective on what Lieutenant Colonel Bosey shared with us?
Canada is, according to the pre-Constitution Articles of, Derek, you're going to help me.
Federation.
Articles. The
Articles of Confederation. Yeah.
Articles of Confederation. Under those, Canada is a part of the United States. And there are at least 4 provinces that have already begun the voting process to become part of the United States. So Canada is going to be part of the U.S. There's little doubt in my mind that that's going to not going to happen. Only place they might have trouble with is Quebec, because they want to be part of France. Head of the government in Greenland and Denmark said the United Nations will come and keep the U.S. from taking over Greenland. There is no NATO. The United Nations is going to be gone. Greenland will be part of the U.S. in some form or another. We already have large bases there. In fact, a lot of the trafficked children are going up there for medical treatment. Cuba, if they could go back to being the resort that they were in the 50s, it'd be phenomenal. And I think that'll happen because they've never been able to get rid of Gitmo on there. Iran's very interesting because it's Persia. And Persia is very different from the rest of the Middle East. They are cleaning up. I know a lot of Iranians I've met here in the DC area who left there. And the CIA has been controlling Iran for years. That's going to go away. The Russians are in there already doing that. Europe is very interesting because Under Nasara, in order to get the money that you're supposed to get because of your birth certificate, you have to be back in your home country. That makes it very interesting for Europe and all of the people that have gone there running away from their home countries to come to Britain and Germany. And the challenge for Germany is they've always had a very large population of people from Italy. I can't remember the other one. Some of the Turkey, who worked for the military in Berlin, worked for the military all over Europe. That's a very interesting challenge they have because they were never citizens. They were guest workers. And Germany has always had a lot of guest workers. France, I don't know about France. It's France. There's nothing, since de Gaulle left, there's been nothing. And the rest of Europe, Italy is good. Probably one of the staunchest supporters of Trump, interestingly enough. Spain's where all the Brits go to live instead of living in Britain, in Great Britain. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch Europe once the EU flag comes down, and it's coming down because that idiot that's running it he's crazier than a loon.
Well, thank you. Great perspectives. Great views on Europe. Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, Greenland. Anything you want to contribute? The world is changing, folks. This is a global defense, strategic, precision military operation, as our panel has been educating us on for the last year, and we're watching it unfold. Michael, weigh in, if you will, please.
Yeah, this is a beautiful time because this is something we've talked about for years, how there's the militaries around the world were working in unison to basically take down the New World Order, as George H.W. Bush talked about many years ago. It is gone. It has collapsed, and it's collapsing very fast. So you look at Cuba, like I talked about, the people are already starting to celebrate. They know they're going to be replacing their government. I think we're going to start to see that probably in Colombia, Venezuela. Now, we haven't talked about Brazil, because I think Brazil is going to have a change of leadership as well, but that's coming. That'll probably be revealed pretty soon. Lula, I think, he's not going to last much longer. Bolsonaro will be pulled out of prison, and he'll assume his rightful place as a leader again. So you look at Canada. Just think of all the places that are going to celebrate when they're free, when America comes in and frees them. That's Canada. Canadians, I do shows all the time, and Canadians are constantly, please come and save us from this, this corrupt government that we have here. So that's coming. You look at Greenland. Greenland is full of natural resources. They've already also expressed an interest of becoming part of the United States. Iran. When I was in the Middle East, it was always the Iranians that were causing problems. So that's going to be a massive win for all of the Middle East. The fall of the Islamists all around the world as well, because this is being exposed as well. So in Iran, they have the fastest growing Christian network of anywhere in the world. So they're, turning around, a long history of suppression, and it's going to be something also, freedom of religion and so forth is coming for the Middle East as well. So all of these different countries, European Union is dead. It's definitely going to go away. Now, one thing also we haven't talked about is the City of London. So the City of London has been funding a lot of the mischief around the world. They fund China, they fund Ukraine, of course, and a lot of problems. So the City of London, it's like, who's the enemy? We should be like invading the City of London, but of course we'll squeeze them, we'll take away their money, and they'll collapse. So this is it's like we've been talking about for years. It's the time has finally come, and it's progressing very rapidly. Take down the old New World Order. It's done. It's gone.
You bet. It is a great time to celebrate. I realize our nation's not completely out of the woods yet. We'll address that at another broadcast. The near-death experience Juan speaks about, perhaps yet to hit the streets. We're going to close out our show with a new topic in a moment on the silver issue, back to London, where a lot of that's taken place. And but before we do, we'll have Derek please weigh in on the countries, Cuba, Canada, Iran, Europe, Greenland, anywhere you'd like to go to contribute to that before we take on the silver issue and wrap up the broadcast.
I'll comment briefly on that, but if I may, I want to tackle the Supreme Commander, because I was licking my chops on that. If you'll let me,
Yeah.
To help
Bring
people
it
out,
on.
I think I could add to that. That's my wheelhouse there. But what I was saying
Yes, it
earlier
is.
about all these nations, they kind of all add into the Indo-Pacific, even though that's a certain region, but it's the same concept that President Trump has in that agreement in 2019, where every nation will be sovereign on their own. Well, in order to reach that, it's got to do what Jaco just said: the old power, the old, hierarchy, everything that's got to be gone. So that's what that's alluding to. That's alluding to a new world, not order, but every nation sovereign on their own, meaning the people's in charge. The people. That's what President Trump said January 2017. We're taking the power out of D.C., giving it back to you, the people. That's applied and made applicable to all these nations. And that's why the capitulations are very key. And it kind of ties into the Supreme Commander thing, because he's that head. All right. And the generals and the admirals, they're the real men and women in charge back here. And that's the one thing that my grandfathers and great uncles really, drove into me, instilled into me growing up. And my certain uncles were on another side of the family that didn't know my grandfather. And they talked about the generals. Said, never again will we let happen in this country what happened under JFK. If we get a chance, we're going to take it over. And Lieutenant Colonel Bosey made a key term there to make sure people know it's a slight difference. Now, liberals and Democrats think what's taking place, if they do know about a military operation, they'll call it a coup d'etat. It's not. It's not, because the law shows that. Now, they're the very ones like Tim Kaine and all these other people talking about, the laws and orders, and they can't even quote one single word from one single sentence from one single paragraph of a single law, much less put them all together. But the generals and admirals wanted someone who wasn't military, but also wasn't in politics, because that's part of bringing in a new world, a new light, a new everything. All right, and that's what President Trump offers. But he also was an expert in many fields, and he's genius in a lot of other ways as well. And the corporations that we're talking about. And that's like Lieutenant Colonel Bosey said, hey, well, you screwed up. You guys messed up. A corporation can be run like a business, but it also can be what? Bankrupt like one too, because that's how you guys designed it. So we're just taking your corporations and going, well, we don't like your corporations. And it doesn't back our Constitution. It doesn't back our Declaration. It doesn't back our founding. See, there's one thing I never hear a Democrat mention. They never mention the Declaration of Independence. They never even talk about it. I've never heard one single Democrat or liberal say the phrase Declaration of Independence, because they know nothing about it. And they also don't understand our spirit. And that's what all these nations know. The American spirit is there. And they know also other nations' militaries that want to fight for everyone's freedoms. It's that spirit. And that's what everybody wants to be a part of. But one of the key things that people get wrong with the Supreme Commander, but a president more specifically, is the presidential power. The Constitution is one of the worst things that people use as their shield or as their, source. They'll say, well, the Congress has the power to declare the war. Yes, that's true, but the president also is simultaneous in there, because you got to know our foundation. Our foundation and who wrote the Constitution. They specifically came out of a war that established a military first. All right. So in our unconventional warfare, in our publications, it specifically says in unconventional warfare that the military can operate without the United States government's consent under a what? A presidential finding. All right. So many people don't realize that presidential power, and they don't read all the things they're supposed to read with that. And then also the Dwight D. Eisenhower. I always hate, because I feel like I'm being disrespectful. That's the last time I'll call him by that. But General Eisenhower, first, rare 5-star general. All right. 5-star general and president. He's the one who established the continuity government. And with the continuity government, there was something that accompanied it. It was called a Presidential Emergency Action Document. It's short, the acronym is PEADS. All right, there's 4 ways the military pairs with the federal government. That is national emergencies, executive orders, proclamations, and treaties. All right. So everything that President Trump did from 2017 to 2021 was set up all those unique executive orders with all these national emergencies. And then you got to go back to what Congress did in 73, where they actually, when they tried to limit the power of the president, all President Trump has done is take all their limitations and use it against them. And once all is unveiled to the people, everything we're talking about, from the financial systems around the world, we're talking about all these nations that we're talking about, and the power gets back to the people, and people start seeing every aspect of their lives, the chains unshackled off of them, then that exposure alone it's going to allow people to see, I don't want to go back to this. I don't want to go back to that world. I want to stay right here. And then everything goes back to preventing this from happening again in the future.
Yes, thank you, Derek. And you brought us back to the Supreme Commander in Chief, this President Trump. My contribution to that also is he was chosen, in my opinion, by the ultimate supreme being, God above. Then through the admirals and generals, the 200 is the number we've been floated around, that sat down with Donald Trump, the citizen, some years prior to the escalator, and continued on that trajectory. And then, of course, we, the people, put him in office 3 times. And so while it is an operation with so many incredible men and women throughout this world and our great military and intelligence folks, never underestimate what one man can do. And that one man, the face of this whole thing, this operation, is our Commander-in-Chief and President Donald J. Trump, that I've never once wavered from for 1 second in this entire journey. And I wish that those target audience will glean a lot of value from these minds on this panel. That leads us to the central bank. We're talking about great things happening. Michael is Jaco has permeated a narrative throughout this, what a great time this is, and he is absolutely right. And you got to put the central bank debacle in there. The London Exchange and the central bank has controlled and manipulated the gold and silver market for decades, Federal Reserve, et cetera, et cetera. This is now coming to an end as we speak. With the massive demand globally for silver, the vaults in London empty, the central bank is squirming and panicking behind the scenes, now imploding upon itself as their paper contracts and naked short selling manipulation has caught them finally on the wrong side of the trade. Last I checked, they've gone to the Fed window as a lender of last resorts, borrowing over $50 billion to keep their doors open, with no end in sight, as I understand the mechanics behind the scenes. So silver is catapulting, and for sound reason. This morning, I'm in Thailand recording this in the morning. You gentlemen are at night. This morning, the silver closed at over $82 an ounce. Silver is catapulting, and for sound reason. And so is gold, for that matter. So there's the setup. One could say that President Trump's legacy, in part, could be 3 things. 1, restoring election integrity here at home, then exported throughout the 71 other countries that had their elections stolen. 2, rescuing and rehabilitating the children, ensuring that this never happens again, and holding those accountable. And number three, restoring sound money. President Trump said, I've said this before, I'll say it again, in 2017 inauguration, I'm giving you back your country with that military statement behind him. I'm returning the power back to you, the people. And you know what? He can't do that with unconstitutional, funny fed money as debt. So we are restoring sound constitutional money back into the treasury of which we vote into office. So there's a lot to unpack there. This is our last topic of the panel. So we'll begin with Ricardo, Lieutenant Ricardo Bossi, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. Sorry, there's a lot to unpack here on the central bank and silver situation. So begin any way you choose. What do you see happening on the dismantling of the central bank system?
This is welcome news. As you and I have spoken before, John, I'm not surprised it's happening. I'm just surprised it took so long. I'm not
Decades.
laughing at other people's pain. This is exactly what we've been waiting for. We know that this is going to occur. I'll keep my bit short so others can chime in. But I'll tell you what I know. We were told 6, 7, 8 years ago that silver would reach parity with gold and then exceed the value of gold by a factor of 3 to 4. How do we know that? If you study history, you see these things. You know what's coming next. And as evidence of the value of silver potentially exceeding that of gold as being not spectacular news is simply because years ago in the US specifically, let's focus on that, silver was valued more than gold. And that's reflected in the badges of rank of the US military. A gold cloverleaf is the rank insignia of a major who is subordinate to a lieutenant colonel, the signia of which is a silver cloverleaf. So the fact that silver exceeds the value of gold shouldn't surprise anybody because that reflected real market value. As we know, silver's been one of the most depressed metals on the market, and there's just reasons for that. For example, you can't have flat screen TVs and you can't have AI computer farms to manage that without lots of silver. You can't build a Tesla without a kilo of silver. But silver has industrial demand. Silver holds its value. What's happening now is it's going through the roof. We knew it was going to happen. The holders of silver metal are hanging onto it. So the COMEX, the institution that trades silver, has less to trade. China has, as of this, January 1, said that no more silver is coming out of our country, and they're processing 80% of the world's silver. The parasitic manipulators of the system who play this game for their benefit to the cost of the people are now bought out. It will take off like a rocket. I don't think people are saying the experts that understand the normal rules of metals trading. It's almost amusing watching them because it's watching somebody with a hammer look for nails. They're no longer looking at nails. There are screws, and the hammers just don't work anymore. They're going to say, "I will reach, $200." Well, it will, and then $3, and then $5, and then $6, then $1,000 an ounce. It'll take off like a rocket. It'll become unobtainium, which is an expression I think other people use, meaning the price will just be ridiculously high. It's gone up and down. It's shot up to. It's not at its highest ever value if you factor in inflation. It's still well below that, even at $80 US an ounce. It's still below its highest ever price. When it does break that price, adjusted for inflation, it'll really start to fly. And if people are thinking, I can't afford, silver at $80 US an ounce, wait till it's 160, wait till it's 360, wait till it's 500. This is an opportunity, and I'm sure the White Hats are very happy that there's this temporary lull to allow as many people to get into silver as much as possible, as quickly as you can, get the metals. We know that the silver certificates outnumber the physical metal, I think by a ratio of almost 100 to 1. For every 1 ounce of gold, there's 100 ounces of silver certificates out there. So somebody's going to lose. The banks are exiting their positions. That's what you're facing. So I'll just leave it there. There's a lot more to say, so I'll let others. I'll leave enough meat on the bone for the others to chew on that.
Great, thank you, sir. And you raised a very important point that I'd like to comment on briefly, and that's adjusted for inflation. That is so key to factor into this. And on the note of inflation, and I'm a layman here, but I think it's well founded. Inflation is a tool that's been used by the Federal Reserve. What they've basically done is they've increased and decreased the money supply and raised and lowered interest rates for the benefit of themselves to fund both sides of the wars and everything else they do at the detriment of we, the hardworking American people and the people of the world. That's what they've been doing, and that is what's coming to an end. And it couldn't come anytime sooner. I believe uh, outside of normal, and this is above my pay grade, economists would know better, but normal inflation that's healthy as economies move, ebb and flow, and grow the laws of economics is good. But out of control inflation to manipulate and control our currency's value and to disrupt our lives, taxes and inflation, that's been created by design, and that's coming to an end. You talk about tyranny, boots coming off our neck, folks. There it is right there. And there's so much more. And we unpack a lot of this on a global financial reset show live every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm happy to announce that Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox will be joining us not this week, but the week after. And we're going to try and get Brad Wozni to join in the same episode because I know he's got a lot of value in this area as well. We were unable to bring him into this panel today, sorely missed, but we'll bring him in next week on that. Anyway, we'll close out. We'll take it to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox. So we're talking about the end of the central bank system, the Federal Reserve as we know it. The corner they got themselves now backed into, and the explosion of silver. What say you, sir?
Yeah, you can get really technical on this. 3 years ago, I put all my money in silver. So that's been very interesting to watch. The key on silver is there are 800 million tons dug a year. 60% of that goes to industrial operations. The banks had enough paper silver out there that if they could buy all the silver they needed, it would take 5.5 years, assuming they could get 100% of the mined silver in a year. Not doable. There was a guy the other day, an industrialist, who offered $200 an ounce for all the silver he could buy. He got no sellers. The only sellers would be the banks that had all the paper that they'd issued saying they had silver. Morgan Stanley, or JP Morgan, went $4.1 billion in the hole on silver paper they'd issued. That happened 2 days ago. Bank of America went $1 billion in the hole. Chase Manhattan went who knows how many $1 billion in the hole. They're all in the hole. This is part of the come down of the banks. At least one big bank is gone as of last Friday, because last Friday was when the big the margin calls were made by the COMEX. And they don't make margin calls very often, but they made on Friday $17 billion in in margin calls. So when we look at silver, I agree that it's going up over $1,000. I think it'll be $1,500 to $2,000 an ounce, but we have to look at it in terms of the money that replaces the fiat currency. So when we look at that, the value is going to be unbelievable. because we'll be talking about a gold-backed currency that we're going to be buying the silver with. It's fascinating, absolutely fascinating.
You bet.
That's
Well,
my
I can't
thing
wait.
on silver.
Thank you, sir. I can't wait for you to join as the featured guest on the Global Financial Reset Show coming up, where we have a lot more time to delve into that, the repatriation of the wealth, the return of the wealth, stolen wealth to the people, the eventual elimination of the federal income tax, our reestablishing of our currency into a stable coin, into a QFS, into a Space Force encrypted wallet. And that's, in my opinion, where God and technology finally say hello to each other. But we'll get into that at another time. Thank you, sir. Michael Jaco, if you want to weigh in on this, I know you've been very vocal about this on some of your broadcasts that I tune into on occasion. What's your take on the central bank collapse that's beginning and the silver explosion?
Yeah, it's just fantastic. I've been collecting silver since I was a little boy, 8, 9 years old. So I've watched the silver go up and down. We're in a mega cycle right now. We'll see another 8 years of silver going up. So we're in the beginning stages of this bull cycle in silver. This month alone, we'll see probably over $100 an ounce. So it'll continue to go up. I agree. We're going to see $1,000+ silver easily. And probably a lot higher. I agree with Lieutenant Colonel Wosi that it's going to, probably equal or surpass gold at some point. Going all the way back to the Wizard of Oz, 1896, Frank Baum talked about, this in his books. He did several books, I think 12 books in all. The Dorothy's slippers were silver to begin with. And then they turned them to ruby. But the gold, Follow the Yellow Brick Road was gold. It was obviously led to falsehood with the Wizard of Oz. And the silver slippers basically were the ones that really got her back. So it's a very interesting take. Another interesting take is JFK was big into silver. He did silver certificates. The Federal Reserve did not like that at all. In fact, shortly after his death, they forced bought all of them back instantly. Right. So I remember as a little boy, having silver certificates, but they were worthless, pretty much. They're just, for, collectors. And so now we're seeing President Trump, who put his name on the JFK Center in Washington, D.C., above JFK's name. So that's basically another indicator that he is going back to the silver standard as well. And again, taking down the Federal Reserve. So we'll see the miners really start to kick in, I think, once we hit $100, but $150 when we see that. That's when the silver miners and so forth are really going to start to kick. So another great investment opportunity in the silver miners if you're want to diversify your portfolio, because I think at some point we're going to see silver become unobtainium. You won't be able to get it. There's a lot of silver dealers. I follow them quite a bit and have for years that are running out of silver constantly in their shops. So it'll soon be unavailable to the average investor. So I'd recommend at this point, get as much as you can, because the industrialists really need this silver bad. They're coming out with new batteries and so forth that need a lot more silver. Solar panels, rockets, you name it, medical supply, everything is using silver. It's not just just for monetary means at this point. It's also industrialized massively on a level we've never seen before in history. So yeah, silver is definitely going to go up. Silver will be the collapse of the Federal Reserve. And then, of course, the IRS will go away as well. IRS, President Trump is already talking about how tariffs are going to do away with IRS. And he cut a lot of the IRS funds January 1st. No tips, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax or Social Security. So it's coming. It's not like you talked about in the beginning of the show, John. It can't all happen at once. It's got to be a slow squeeze, and that's what's happening right now.
Thank you, Michael. I was going to ask you some pointed questions, but you've addressed it all there in your closing points. Thank you very much. Extraordinary time to be alive, folks. Sure, there's plenty of doom and gloom. A lot of folks are just trying to buy lunch tomorrow. I understand that. But hang in there. Help is on the way. You can clearly see that. And God is on the throne, as always, and in control. And he's got his people in place. And some of those people are on this screen right now. Derek Johnson, please close us out. Your comments on the central bank debacle, the silver explosion, and so forth.
I mean, what better person than the Donald Trump that I grew up watching, the businessman, right? You can go back to talking about a long time coming. You can go back to a John Wayne movie. I think it was in 1939, Stagecoach. And they're on the stagecoach, and there's a man in there, and he's big old mustache and, business suit, looking all debonair, all this stuff. And John's laying in the floorboard, whatnot, being all cowboy, whatnot. But, and the guy goes, what this nation needs is a businessman for president. I mean, this was like 1939 again. And there's one of our, American legends, John Wayne. And then you had James Stewart, legendary James Stewart, that my dad got to pick up in the Air Force on the tarmac at Fort Walton Beach at Eglin Air Force Base, which was one of the highlights of his life, but also in the Air Force. But legendary James Stewart, Jimmy Stewart, whatever you want to call him, he went by both. But he was trying to tell people in his movie, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, what was going on in D.C. all those years, and alluding to it and a timestamp in a movie. So this goes back to what Jacob was talking about too, about the London, the Crown, right? The Crown. We have all these tie-ins, the central bank, and then what President Trump was showing you. I mean, there's so many ways you can slice this pie, but just my favorite was January the 20th, 2021, when the whole world thought that Joe Biden was being inaugurated. They showed it was a funeral. But that was not just it wasn't a funeral for Joe. It was a funeral for the Crown, right? This is all being taken down. The 2017 to 2021 was your resetting of the legislative branch. Your 21 to 25 was a resetting of the executive branch. And right now we're currently going through the resetting of the judicial branch. And our founders put those in a sequence on purpose. The first two are voted in by us. And then the judicial is nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate. And when they're not doing what we, the people, put our people in place for, then they're to be removed. By whom? The president and the Congress. They're to be impeached. So how does that all tie into the monetary system? President Trump's been hammering this so much. The very first thing he said straight out the gate was follow the money. Follow the money, follow the money, follow the money. And we know that a lot of cryptos and those things at first were put into place as tracers as well. And then we also know about the gold, all these things through the years, like Indiana Jones and the Nicolas Cage movies. People thought these were just movies, but everything has been alluding to what's taking place right now. And it's like a collaboration of movies that all come to one movie. But President Trump tells people through his speeches, which are proclamations, and they're timestamped, but they're proclamations, and they'll be added up in my book, and then it'll be added up in whatever they're doing for the finale for their side. But when he was saying specifically, he said from the 1870s to 1913, our nation had more money than it knew what to do with. Well, that is why that is why I specifically sound like a broken record week in, week out on the same topics, but the same delivery, is because it goes back to his comment in 2020. The cure can't be bigger than the problem. The solution cannot be bigger than the problem. I remember one of our panels one night when a question was asked, and Lieutenant Colonel Lennox answered it in like maybe one sentence. Then Lieutenant Colonel Bosey said, anybody who cannot answer it that quickly and that short, it don't deserve an answer, right? Because some of this stuff is that simple, right? It's who's in charge, who's in command, and are they enforcing what the law reads and what's prescribed in the law? And that's what's taking place. So, as we've all alluded to here, there's the actual side of the actual buying silver, or if you want to buy gold, but silver is the ticket. But there's the actual portion of that. But then there's the operational side over here and what was going on with the hierarchy and what happened. Ulysses S. Grant, the swamp that was starting thought he would make a great president because he got General Lee to surrender and all this other stuff. That's when the puppeteering really started. You had the Organic Act, 1871. They tore it up in 1874. And then they put another one in 1878. And then the rest is history. It started rolling from there. We borrowed money from Britain, and we just kept growing more and more in debt, right? But the money was being made, but where was the money going, right? It was going into the hands of all these people at that time period, the people that John Wayne in the movie was alluding to, and James Stewart. So all this stuff just snowballed. And then you get into 1941. I highly recommend, we were on a D-Day panel, Lieutenant Colonel Bosey and Colonel Sellers. They open up on World War II. Very, very detailed. That's it. What did they know? What did Churchill know? What did Roosevelt know? Look at all the New Deals. Even President Trump took a shot at Roosevelt with the New Deals. See, they got all of it would be my grandparents and a lot of the people listening, your parents. They got our parents and grandparents to buy into these deals, right? And these different organizations. And everybody started putting their money in it. But what started happening? That swamp started taking up here. Same thing with the Bidens, the hedge funds, as they call them. They were hiding all their money in these hedge funds. To an average business person, it looked like a real hedge fund. But what were they doing back here? They were siphoning all this money up here. Same thing with Ukraine, Venezuela, all the different things. So all this ties into that central bank and the people that were running those. So what better person than President Donald John Trump, who longer than I've been alive has been saying the same thing about China consistently all these years, right? That is someone who not only knows it, but Jerry Lee Lewis, famous piano player and singer, they asked him, hey, can you play that thing standing up? He said, I can play this thing in my sleep. All right, President Trump knows business like the back of his eyelids. All right, he is the key person for that. He was the perfect person for that. So it's one of those when you're so rich already and you have everything money can buy, you have everything that your great grandchildren will, can never spend. I'll never forget sitting, and I think it's safe to say now that I got to sit with Barron Trump one of the times that I was at Mar-a-Lago. It was only his second appearance of the year back in 2024. And I don't think he made another appearance, but I'll never forget one thing he said. And I was like, oh, my God, you talking about feeling guilty? Because I can tell you right now, I have in this little white thing you see.
And the justification of the ICE agent for actually doing that shooting. I talked about it yesterday in detail, and we're seeing more evidence that's coming forward. This particular ICE agent was trying to make an arrest of an illegal immigrant, and the legal immigrant drug him in his car, and we'll talk about that too. He got up to 30 stitches. So he's been, still out there doing the hard stuff, and he's the kind of guy that has gotten hammered. There's been over 100 ICE agents that have been, hit by vehicles and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's not something new, but Democrats are trying to blow this into another George Floyd type of situation. I called that out very early yesterday to try and bring awareness to it so it wouldn't spark riots. Of course, in Minnesota, they're already starting it because Minnesota is a hotbed for extreme radical liberal ideology. So it's a thickness, right? And the Democrats are pushing it just like they're pushing white racism. So they did it for years with black racism. Now that's not getting enough traction for them, so they're going for white racism now. Just like they go for we had climate change, so they could bring in their green lie, all that stuff. So the Democrat Party is I mean, and I'm not picking on the Democrat Party. Both parties are going to go away, I believe, in the near future, and there'll be some kind of new system that's going to be built. That's happening very quickly. Everything is happening very quickly, as we're going to see moving forward. So let's jump into some of this and see where this is going. We're going to see, like I've been talking about, we're going to see a lot of problems with the Democrat Party, and wow, I'm seeing that all of the stuff that I saved for this show is gone now. I had a lineup of videos, and as soon as I went live, it's all gone. Every single thing. It's insane. What the heck? All right. So, wow. My whole show. And I did that show yesterday, and YouTube is still playing games with it. It's not, it's saying it's still loading. So there's definitely some, some pushback on all this. And I had a super incredible lineup tonight that I was going to share. So very, very frustrating that all of that is gone now. That's insane. What the absolute hell? Wow. So, all of us are like, they come in and raid our stuff. This is like, I think the 8th computer that I've had. They come in and, hammer us on our stuff, sabotage us every chance they get. So I'm just going to have to talk about it, guys. Unfortunately, I had, like I said, had incredible amounts of information that I was going to share, and unbelievable, it's all gone. So I'll try and go into my history and see if I can pull some of it back up. But in the meantime, boom, there it goes. All right, so I've got it now. So at least some of it. Surya Mandami, yep. So there was one that I had with Megyn Kelly that I'm going to try and pull back up and see if that will come up. Nope. So I go into my history. So anyway, Megyn Kelly came out with a really nice, breakdown of it. I had it all lined up to share that one. So I'll go into my history and try and pull it back up. All right, here it is. All right. Unfortunately, I was going to have to go back a little bit. Let me see if I can find the right spot. Yeah. Wow, craziness. So Megyn Kelly, she's doing a good job. She came out and just hammered this. I think it was really fantastic. So I'm gonna share this and try and salvage while this is playing a little bit. I'll try and salvage some of the other stuff that seems to have disappeared.
Incident last June that was very similar to what happened yesterday. Well, we now have the video of that incident, and
so this is from the particular ICE agent that was did the shooting in Minneapolis or Minnesota, and so she's going to show. They have a video of where he was drugged by this illegal alien, and she's going to go into a little bit of detail of it.
Confirmed with the government that this is the relevant video that Kristi Noem was referencing. This is video of the incident she was referencing involving this same officer. He was dragged during an ICE arrest just this past June and got seriously injured. This same guy, this poor ICE agent, Per the Department of Justice, on June 17th, 2025, law enforcement officers attempted to arrest Roberto Carlos Munoz Guatemala. By the way, this is what ICE officers are trying to do. This is the terrible work that these lunatics are out there protesting against. They'd rather have Mr. Guatemala have access to their children, I guess, because this agent that they're now
So if you heard my show yesterday, I tried to keep it cool, but you can see Megyn Kelly's getting pretty worked up too. So I think this is the way a lot of us are. We're pretty pissed off about this. The Democrat Party is really pushing this narrative because they're near collapse on many different levels. All their fraud is being exposed across the country. Hopefully they'll be able to pull up a lot of that. Going all the way from one coast to the other. In Maine, they're exposing how they use funds just like they did in Minnesota to fund al-Shabaab in Somalia and other corruption. So that's being exposed in Maine and all the way over into the other corner of the United States. In Washington, we have one of the representatives that is virtually screaming of white race problems. All right, so this is what Mamdani is doing in New York. They're trying to go against white people. They want to seize white people's property, and the Trump administration is basically saying, "Yeah, you do that, and you're going to get hammered by us." So there's a lot of problems that are happening with the Democrat Party. They get extremely desperate. We need to stay on top of this, expose it everywhere it happens. Now, they're also looking at California. They put California on notice that they think there's more fraud, way more fraud in California. They're going there to expose it. They're going to have to say, like I said, they were going to do that. I say they have $1 trillion worth of fraud in California. In New York, there's going to be probably a little race, a little competition to see which state has the most fraud. Who's going to get that award? I say California, but New York is going to be a close second, in my opinion. And then, of course, Illinois. So we're going to see a lot of this fraud, which is basically endemic to the Democrat Party, and it's being exposed on a massive level.
Along with his fellow ICE agents. The guy was uncooperative. He refused to follow instructions. After warning him several times, an agent who is the same agent involved in yesterday's shooting broke the back window of the suspect's car so that he could open the vehicle from the inside. The man then accelerated his car. You can see it's the same agent. The guy had a mask on yesterday, but same hair. As he sped away, the agent's arm became trapped between the seat and the car frame. You can't see the agent in this video we're showing, but we are showing the car rushing away from the scene. The agent is on the driver's side toward the back, so you cannot see him being dragged, but he's being dragged, and that's undisputed, for more than 100 yards. While the maniac driving the car is weaving back and forth in an attempt to shake him from the car, completely immune to the thought of running over him or what other damage he was causing. The agent was eventually jarred free from the car, but suffered significant injuries to his arms and hands. Look at this. If you're not listening, if you're only listening to this, you've got to go and check out our YouTube at 3 minutes after the hour. His arm looks mutilated, where you can't see his head, but you can see his arms and his legs. And that arm clearly shows the damage of what he had just been through. Okay, this is incredibly relevant to what this guy's perception of the danger was. Now, we'll get into the legal standard, which is more of whether it was objectively reasonable for him to think this woman was going to run over him. But that incident will play into whether it was objectively reasonable. Other ICE agents and other cops have been watching this happen time after time. It's happened over 100 times that ICE agents have been charged, rammed, or dragged by so-called watchers. They're calling her like an observer. You know, like we just have eyes on the cop. You were much more than an observer, madam. These guys are
So this term, observer, independent observer, I think that's I think that's the term they're using. You're hearing it from the mainstream media. You know, they have they all get the talking point. So this is all of the Democrat political, mouthpieces that are out there right now are basically saying independent observer. So they're all using the same term, just like they've done over and over again when they're trying to push a narrative. All right. So that the narrative talking points go out to everybody, and then they come out and start to talk this narrative. So same talking point, independent observer, right? As if, she's just somebody out there and they shot her, right? Complete bullshit. And anyone that watches this that thinks otherwise is a liar.
Their lives on the line every day to arrest people like Mr. Guatemala, who is molesting kids. That's what they're doing there. That's what Mayor Jacob Fry appears to object to, not to mention Governor Tim Walz. What a shock. Okay, now we're going to walk you through the key videos from yesterday showing what happened in detail. That video we brought to you yesterday at the end of our show was ultimately the video that President Trump tweeted out as well. It is critical. So many of the people who jumped down the throats of these cops didn't see it or ignored it because it was an inconvenient to show her actually accelerating into the cop who shot her. But it's all there on tape. We'll begin with the moments leading up to the shooting. Currently, there are no videos we've seen showing what happened leading up to the incident. But there is a witness account that 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, she's the one who was shot, Renee Good, was blocking traffic, hoping to impede ICE investigations. That's what she was doing there. All right. Her wife has admitted it. Democrats are calling her, as I pointed out, a quote, legal observer. Wrong. What's been reported so far about her background makes clear she was there to agitate, and her actual job had nothing to do with the law. She was a poet.
I woke up to some commotion. I heard some whistles going on out front, so I came downstairs to see what was going on. Wasn't even dressed. And there was a car, the Honda Pilot that's crashed over there now. There was a car blocking the 2 lanes of Portland traffic. And the ICE agents got out and they were saying, get out of here, get out of here. She was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her. But she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah, that was her goal.
This is a sympathetic witness to her. The clip goes on. She's very angry at ICE. If anything, this woman had a reason to lie to make the woman driving the car, Renee Good, sound better. But there she is on camera saying, very clearly that this woman who was ultimately shot was leading the protests and impeding the traffic across this Portland Avenue, that she was parked perpendicular to the traffic. Now that'll get you arrested pretty much 10 times out of 10. So this is not a fan of ICE, and clearly her eyewitness testimonial is not favorable to Ms. Good. In this still image, you see a federal agent who we believe is the agent who eventually fires at Ms. Good. The agent is being followed closely by a female protester. She has identified herself as Renee Good's wife. She has her phone up, likely recording him. The agent also has a phone in his hand, likely recording her. Did the agent have a negative interaction with these women that caused him to begin recording too? We don't know yet. But clearly something was going on before, and it wasn't needlepoint. We have not yet seen the actual video that was on the cop's phone. But here's video we do have of that moment and what happened afterward. Again, they both appear to be recording each other's actions. You see a gray truck pull up. We talked about that yesterday. 2 federal agents step out. The driver of the maroon SUV, Ms. Good, says, "What's going on?" The officers quickly walk up and tell Ms. Good to get out of the car and then to, quote, get out of the fucking car. Things are escalating. Good's window is down. She's looking directly at them. There is no way she did not hear the commands to get out of her car, repeated commands. She then puts her car into reverse. And here is the part of the video with sound of the agents making the commands and her beginning to reverse. We believe that's her wife yelling no and recording. Right as Good reverses her car, you're about to see the agent who fired the shot move in front of the vehicle near the driver's side headlight. It's video. There's one guy on the side who's blocking the agent at issue, but you can see that there is an agent in front of her. There's one guy on.
All right, so this is where I'll narrate a little bit. So you're going to see him basically walk in front of the car, obviously getting eyes on her, getting her attention. He's right in front of the car. There's no way that she can't see him. Even if she's looking at the other guy, she has to eventually, when she puts it in reverse, I don't know, maybe she doesn't even look going in reverse. And then when she starts to go forward, most people are going to look forward. And so she looked at this guy. He made eye contact with her, I believe. And then she decided to accelerate into him. And this is what caused him to have to pull his weapon, as you're going to see, and shoot her. Now, he's shooting her to stop her nerve action. His life is in danger because he's already been through this. He knows what happens. And other ICE agents have had the same situation. Like you're making Kelly say, over 100 ICE agents have had cars have accelerated towards them and maybe have hit them or have been drugged by vehicles like this gentleman was in a previous incident. So it is necessary to use force to stop someone. Now I saw him after I did that video, somebody said, well, maybe he could have shot her tires. All right, so shooting her tires after she goes by, so he gets potentially run over to begin with. So he's trying to stop her nerve action. So you guys understand that, I hope. When the bullet goes through your ocular cavity or through the nose area and goes into the brainstem, it stops all nerve activity completely. Done, right? Forever in most cases, right? Almost 99.9999% of the time. Once a bullet hits the nerve bundle in the brainstem, you're done, right? So that obviously happened, right? So that doesn't mean if I'm swinging a bat at you and you shoot me between the eyes and it stops my nerve activity, that the bat is not going to continue to come forward, right? And maybe smack you. So that's what happened with him. He hit her and the car kept going forward, of course. So, but at least it didn't, she didn't have the ability to turn the wheel into him even more and run him over. So this is a justified shooting, guys. All right, so he's trying to open the door. He's telling her, fucking open the door or fucking get out.
It's video.
And here's the other ICE agent in front. Now you're going to see her accelerate into him, and he's going to pull his gun incredibly because you can tell after this that he's limping away. So it could be from his prior injury because he gets pushed. In another video, you can see that he puts his hand on the car and he gets pushed. Fortunately, he knew how to maintain his balance and get pushed back and get out of the way. All right, so here you can see she's turning the wheel. Watch this wheel. She's turning it into him. She is, and he's drawing his weapon, right? So she is purposefully accelerating to hit him.
There's one guy on.
All right, so he's drawing his gun. nice job. He's obviously has some good range time. I would have done the same thing, guys. I would absolutely have done the same thing if I was in his position. And he does a quick, I would have had a double tap, right? Maybe even a triple tap. But he does a single shot that I can tell it goes right through the windshield, and that you can see that shot through the windshield, and you can see where she was obviously dead, right? And the car ran into some parked vehicles, and her airbag
side who's blocking the agent at issue, but you can see that there is an agent in front of her car.
All right, so watch him.
It's right
I don't
there,
know if he gets
black
it here,
and white.
but he's
at first you only see the agent at the driver's side door, and his body is kind of blocking the shooting
he's
cop.
walking it off.
He's fighting to get the car door open as Good goes into reverse. The agent who fired the shots moves into the frame in front of the SUV. Good is still reversing backward. She immediately puts it in drive and starts accelerating forward toward the cop. There was zero hesitation between Good reversing the vehicle and putting it into drive and clearly pressing the gas.
And now he's limping.
By the way, this cop clearly would have heard the car begin to accelerate. About 2 seconds passes between the tires moving forward and the gunfire. The same agent then fires.
That's pretty much, it's very easy to see that was a justified shooting, right? There's other angles where you can see. There's one where it shows him, where he puts his left hand on the vehicle and is being pushed far back, and that's probably what pushed on his leg, and that's why he was limping there. But unbelievable, good for him. He was able to, as the car is pushing him, draw his weapon and shoot. Bravo, right? It's a good kill, guys. Right? Anyone that says anything other than that, and there's going to be a lot of press, because the press is compromised, and the press is part of this evil system that's trying to destroy America. Right? So, not picking on Democrats, it's Americans. We're Americans, right? But the Democrat Party, for the most part, is pushing a very, very, very ugly agenda in America, right? There's corruption on the Republican side. There's, child trafficking and pedophilia that's happening on the Republican side. It is pervasive throughout the political system, right? So it's Karen karma, right? So yeah. So the problem with this is that she is part of a Democrat machine that's consciously compromising people's minds and turning them into radical leftists and police. Now, some of the police, and of course, I think it's Jason Fry or whoever the mayor is of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I think that's a city. He is a bad boy, and so is Tim Walz. Both of them were there during the George Floyd riots, right? Which were horrific for Minnesota. And now they want to do the same thing. So last night, there were, radical loonies that were out there trying to cause problems. Who knows what's going to happen tonight? So I say that the ICE officers and federal officers really need to descend on Minneapolis, because the police department is basically on the side of these radical lunatics, right? They're allowing this to happen. Now, I don't know what the full public feeling is. I see people make comments, but I'm obviously, and many other people that I've watched are, conservative. We don't believe in this. We believe that illegal criminals should be removed and maybe stand trial and go to jail, and after that go back to their home countries, one-way ticket. But there are some radical lunatics that think that child rapists and people that are stealing the money of Minnesotans, that's perfectly okay. Now, I think the average Minnesotan is not so supportive of that, and I think that that's going to be hopefully a big pushback, because this is something that's still continuing all the way back to George Floyd. So we're looking at 5 going on 6 years now that Minnesotans have allowed this radical lunacy to infect their state, right? So I don't know. Do Minnesotans want this? It's America. So if that's what you want, you're gonna have to face the Justice Department. So it sounds like now we're gonna have basically the Justice Department come in and start to turn things around. Now, I watched J.D. Vance today on Fox News. He basically had a really good news conference where he basically walked through just what I talked about yesterday, soon after the event, and now he's saying the same thing. These radicals are, it's sad to this woman, but she was very, very possibly radicalized by the Democrat Party to do this type stuff, and maybe even paid. So another thing that I'm seeing pushed out there right now is for anyone that is receiving benefits. That's how they can, go out and, riot and cause these problems. But anyone that's, arrested that is on benefits, they get them cut off. And I think that's highly justified. So that's how they're able to go in and do these things because they're free, because Minnesotans, or maybe like I guess this woman was actually from Colorado. So I know they bust these people in from all over the country and pay them to go to some of these places where they want them to have these demonstrations and riots and so forth. So maybe she was supported. Now, there is evidence that a Chinese billionaire is funding some of this to the tune of $10 million, just like George Soros, who's also not an American, funding a lot of this criminality from these radical leftists. So I think that these people, I think that's coming, are going to be held accountable for funding these riots that are trying to destroy America. So that's what they're starting to look at. They're starting to, okay, blah, 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 blah. Oh, there's one person here that's not, funded, right? Maybe a few other ones that are just, totally brainwashed through the educational system or whatever, that have come in to, do this craziness. So we need to really start to look at that, and that's what the Justice Department is starting to zero in on. So J.D. Vance, like I said today, basically speaking out. Let's look at a little bit of this. It's an article. If you can, watch if you can watch the whole thing. I think the whole thing, he answered questions. He did a really good job of answering questions. Very presidential, in my opinion. So J.D. Vance announces new Assistant Attorney General Pam Bondi, All right, not getting anything done. So it looks like they're going to go around her and maybe even replace her because she's not getting things done. So, or maybe she is, I don't know, and they just need to give her more support. So, regardless, within the next few days, they're saying that they're going to have an assistant attorney general appointment. He's saying that was imminent, noting the nominee could be named within days to address federal fraud claims swiftly. All right. So whoever this is going to be completely focused on this. Of course, this is going to, go, like I said, to all of these different states, guys. Look at that face, that doggy face. So we're going to see this, continue into California, like I said, and Illinois. And of course, there's going to be massive pushback, probably riots that are going to try and stop this from moving forward. We know that's coming. I've talked about it for years. This could be the kickoff for it, and the reason that they're going to use and make this woman just like they did George Floyd, who that was a complete setup, guys. I talked about this. I had experts come on and talk about it that went in depth. I called it out the day of the George Floyd death was complete bullshit, right? So I don't know. Maybe the guy or whoever that actor was, he was a legitimate actor for porn films, I guess. But he his knee on his neck because he was leaning his knee on his neck on the behind where the muscles are. So you have anyone lay on the floor and have someone lean on the back of your neck. It's going to do nothing. Now have them come around and lean on the front of your neck. Yes, you're going to start to be able. You're not going to be able to breathe, right? And you're going to submit very quickly. But on the back of the neck, you can, it's like a massage to me. You put your knee in the back of my neck. I'm like, that's cool. Yeah, let me roll over and do the other side, right? But in the front, yeah, you're going to collapse the esophagus, and it's going to be very painful and very compliant, right? Because I have done that to make people compliant in very crazy situations. On the back of the neck, maybe you control somebody to a certain extent, but if they're struggling, they're going to get out, right? It's not going to do anything. And you see, go look at them again. I've shown that so many damn times and talked about that. I talked about how it was basically, I think, a bunch of actors, all of them, right? Even the crowd. And I get so much flack for that, but I stand by it. I'll point that out. And a lot of people supported me in that over the years once they started to see. So they used that to basically cause these riots because they knew that President Trump was in the process of being elected again. They could not have him elected again, although he was, right? So we know they came in and even with all of that bullshit that was going on, he still got elected, right? And that's more stuff that's coming out as we move forward. So Vance said, the point that Vance said could come in the next few days and represents a direct response to claims that millions of taxpayer dollars were diverted. Of course, millions. We're going into the trillions, guys. Absolutely, no question about it. Trillions of taxpayer dollars were diverted through fraudulent billing and false claims tied to federally funded child care and nutrition programs across the country and lots more, right? Now, I've had guests on that have talked about the mortgage fraud. That's going to be more and more exposed. So that's coming. Hopefully we'll be able to talk about more of that in the future. But a lot of this stuff has already been exposed, right? And now we're going to get down to the nitty gritty and see who's involved and see how much they were involved, like the governor and so many top people within all these different governments, right? And throughout America. So it's going to continue to, come back and bite these guys. and really take them down. So I've been able to pull up some of this stuff that I was that seemed to have like just disappeared while we're talking, and also while videos are playing. So I'll bring some of this stuff up. It's going to be, unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit off from the way I wanted to present it, but it's all going to get out there. So here we go. Let's look at Mamdani. All right, so Zoran Mamdani faces backlash as bus fares rise in New York City. So a little bit out of line what I wanted to bring up first, but so New York City mayor, because remember he promised that there was going to be free bus fares, and now the bus fares have actually increased by 10 cents, but you know it is not free. It actually went up. Now this fare increase had already been on the books all the way back to September 30th. Now they asked Mamdani, you know, how are you going to fund this? And he said he's going to tax the rich, like the communists do, right? And he said all the millionaires in New York, he's going to tax them 6% from the point where they make $1 million. Oh, you didn't do the math, did you? All right. So if a New Yorker is making $1 million, the new 6% tax is on $1,001,001. So if he makes $1,001,001, he only gets 6 cents taxed, right? So you thought there was going to be all of that million, didn't you, little knucklehead boy communist who doesn't do math very well? So that is not working out. It's not going to work out, you know, economically. So I think a lot of the New Yorkers are going to start to see they get scammed. And I don't think a lot of them are going to be very happy with that. All right. So like I said, I have to bounce around because I just pulled this stuff up as, you know, I had to go back into my history and pull it out. So I didn't have time to line it up. But it'll all come together, right? It'll all make sense. All right, so this is Representative Emily Randall, who is in Washington State. So she's saying she knows who Congress should really target for fraud, and it's not Somalis, it's white people, right? It's white people. One of the reasons Democrats in Minnesota didn't dig into the fraud was that they didn't want to appear racist. And now Democrat Representative Emily Randall of Washington State wants us to ignore the fraud and is setting her sights on the truly problematic people, American citizens, and the less favorite new boogeyman and scapegoat, white men like me, right? So we're going to go into that. All right, so this is problematic because the crime is, you know, not white men. If you take the demographic, yeah, there's a lot of white men, but if you take the number of people from each race that are actually committing the crimes, and you have to look at, unfortunately, the African American race, right? So according to the FBI, we're African American, higher than any other demographic. So, and while they make up 13% of the population, so Randall said this during yesterday's oversight of fraud and misuse of federal funds of Minnesota Part 1, that what Randall asked, she then answers 57%, right? So she's fudging the numbers like, you know, a lot of these Democrats like to do. So we go into depth and we look at all of this and we start to see, you know, that the Democrats are the party of lies and deceit and fraud and trying to stir the population up to another civil war. All right. It's not working so well for them. All right. So let's go into another one. Let me see if I can get this situated to the point where I want it. All right, yeah. So this is Tyson de la Cruz. He is in Maine. So here we have Washington, and now we're over in Maine. So Maine has a problem with Somalis too, right? And I promise you, whoever screams the loudest, like that Washington, congresswoman, that's where we need to look. That's where we need to go look and take a close look at, where the fraud is. Okay. Why are you screaming so loud? The one that screams the loudest. You know how that works, right? So here's another one on the other side. Every corner of the United States, guys, is going to have this fraud. And here's Tyson de la Cruz blowing it up. Independent journalists, we're cranking on these Democrats and these Republicans, these rhinos, and just all of them that have committed this crime, all these crimes.
What is up, guys? Tyson de la Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. We're not talking about Medicaid fraud anymore. We're talking about American taxpayers potentially funding foreign military operations while Democrats look the other way for years. Let me introduce you to Abdul Ali, a man living two completely different lives. In Maine, he's Way Community Services, a quote-unquote healthcare provider serving immigrants and refugees, but he's openly fundraising to arm the Jubaland Somalia army with weapons, bullets, and military supplies. We go into full details of the whistleblower exposing this just a couple weeks ago from Community Gateway Services. You want to check out that video, it'll be somewhere in the link above or in the description down below.
Gateway was involved in, there was a mass shooting in Lewiston last year, and they raised I believe it was $6 billion, and most of it.
All right, so I told you guys, don't give to these charities unless you absolutely know the people that are involved. All right, so $6 million went to these charities. Now, another charity that a lot of people gave money to was that one guy that did the Bondi, where we had the Bondi shooting, Bondi Beach in Australia, and the guy that reportedly went and grabbed the weapon from the guy that was a shooter, and he got $1 million. Big fat lie, right? But he got $1 million, over $1 million, because a lot of ignorant people gave to him. Same thing here. A lot of people gave to this charity, and this charity is completely corrupt.
To Gateway instead of to the victims.
So while Maine families donated millions of dollars thinking they were helping victims of the Lewiston mass shooting, Gateway was siphoning that money away from the survivors who needed therapy and medicals bill paid. And that, my friends, is just the tip of the iceberg. Here's what's absolutely insane. Gateway received over, get this, $28 million from Maine's Medicare program between 2019 and 2024. 3 separate audits found they were billing for services that they actually never provided. Billing for services Medicaid doesn't even cover.
They never provided tens and tens of millions of dollars in Maine. The people of Maine tax higher than most people throughout the United States, having their tax dollars stolen, right? Hello, come on. We have to get these Democrats out, all the way up to the governor of Maine and everybody else, all involved, guys, just like in Minnesota, right? Minneapolis, right? So you're having the same problems throughout the United States.
And creating fake interpreter claims that surged 283%, while refugee numbers actually declined.
We have already audited you twice, already penalized you, already educated you, and the same problems continue.
Translation, they knew exactly what they were doing, and they didn't care because they had political protection. Now, here's where this goes from fraud to full-blown corruption. Meet Representative Diak Dalak, I probably butchered that name, one of Maine's first Somalian American lawmakers. Sounds pretty impressive, right? Except she used to work as an assistant executive director for Gateway Community Services, LLC, the exact entity under investigation.
So just like Tim Kaine or Tim Walz would have gone all the way to the vice presidency and brought all the corruption, all the fraud knowledge that he has, that he's gained in his home state. He would have brought that to the vice presidency of the United States. So it could have, like, you know, gone all throughout the states, even another level higher, right? So you're seeing the same type of corruption happening in Maine.
For fraudulent billing. And where does she sit now? On the Legislators' Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, the committee that oversees Medicaid spending. The person who was supposed to be preventing Medicaid fraud used to work for a company committing the fraud and potentially funding foreign militaries.
But she sits on a number of boards in the Somali and Lewiston community that oversees hundreds of millions of dollars. The House Oversight Committee, Comey has said her name in a specific document about people who need to be investigated. So she needs to come off of this committee. She can continue to serve, but she shouldn't oversee the taxpayer funds of this state at this time.
Republicans are demanding that she be removed from the Appropriations Committee, and Democrats are calling these demands, you guessed it, guys, racist and reckless. If all else fails, just go to racism, bigotry, and recklessness.
This is an insult to the working people of Maine who punch the time card, who get up in the morning, who go to work every day, pay some of the highest taxes in the nation.
This is the beautiful iron.
So I just recently went to Maine. I was in a LifeWave event where I'm speaking at, and beautiful state. I've always wanted to go to Maine, but I talked to the people there. They are incredibly taxed, unbelievably taxed. But they have some of the best lobster anywhere, so that's okay. Right? So it's a shame. It's a shame this is happening, guys. And the beautiful people of Maine. While I was there, I was at the airport getting ready to fly out, and a lot of Mainlanders, or Mainers, or however you call yourself in Maine, Mainers, were there at the airport to receive Vietnam veterans, disabled Vietnam veterans. Huge turnout, very nice. All right, so very supportive of the military veterans, but they are taxed unbelievably. Anything you buy there. When I was at the hotel, huge tax. When I went out to eat, huge tax. So it is a tax state.
Of Democrat governance. They lecture you about equality and compassion while literally stealing from working class Americans. Maine has some of the highest taxes and electrical rates in the nation, and hardworking people are finding out that their money was buying bullets for Somalia instead of health care for their neighbors. This wasn't some sophisticated fraud scheme that fooled everyone. State auditors identify suspicious patterns 5 years ago. The Department of Health and Human Services conducted 3 separate audits.
So same thing in Minnesota. They have been trying to call this out for 5 years. So 5 years, same thing in Maine. But they get stonewalled by the Democrats. And you can't vote the Democrats out because they steal the elections.
Over $2 million in fraudulent billing. And Democrats did, you guessed it, again, absolutely nothing until the Minnesota Medicaid fraud scandal made nationwide news, and they couldn't ignore this anymore.
In recent weeks, we've seen massive welfare fraud scandal break out in Minnesota, and the fraud here in Maine has disturbing similarities to that in Minnesota. 7 months later, we are finally seeing some action with the suspension of funding to Gateway.
Governor Janet Mills, complete radio silence. House Speaker, absolutely nothing. Senate President, crickets. Attorney General, nowhere to be found. They protected this operation.
All right, so the same thing. Fraud is widespread, right? It's being exposed, and everybody is crickets. No one's coming out and saying, oh, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Of course, that would be a big fat lie because, this has been going on for 5 years being exposed, and they haven't got down to the bottom of this. So I see that I'm getting jammed in my broadcast. So I'm going to flip over to, another, I'm not going to say which because maybe I'll go, jammed as well. So I'm going to switch over to another internet service provider, And so you're going to see me go blank just for a second, but we shouldn't have any interruptions going forward, hopefully. All right. Hopefully it was worth the wait. All right. So this, you know, it's a tough business to be in, bringing out the truth, isn't it? It's very frustrating sometimes. All right. So you know, we've seen a lot of the corruption. We've seen a lot of it exposed. Right now, we're seeing super flu. My buddy David Nino Rodriguez has been sick for 10 days. Of course, he's not on LifeWave. So your boy Michael is. Your boy Michael uses glutathione. Super flu surges in 45 states, and doctor visits reach a 30-year high. One of the keys to avoiding hospitalization. So we have to look for the things that are going to make a difference. So glutathione, if you sign up for a LifeWave account during the next
over $2 million in fraudulent billing. And Democrats did, you guessed it, again, absolutely nothing until the Minnesota Medicaid fraud scandal made nationwide news, and they couldn't ignore this anymore.
In recent weeks, we've seen massive welfare fraud scandal break out in Minnesota, and the fraud here in Maine has disturbing similarities to that in Minnesota. 7 months later, we are finally seeing some action with the suspension of funding to Gateway.
Governor Janet Mills, complete radio silence. House Speaker, absolutely nothing. Senate President, crickets. Attorney General, nowhere to be found. They protected this operation.
All right. So, you know, the same thing, fraud is widespread, right? It's being exposed, and everybody is crickets. No one's coming out and saying, oh, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Of course, that would be a big fat lie, because, you know, this has been going on for 5 years being exposed, and they haven't got down to the bottom of this. So I see that I'm getting jammed in my broadcast. So I'm going to flip over to, you know, another, I'm not going to say which, because maybe I'll go, you know, jammed as well. So I'm going to switch over to another internet service provider. And so you're going to see me go blank just for a second, but we shouldn't have any interruptions going forward, hopefully. Private property and blasted home ownership as a weapon of white supremacy. So they're going to go out and seize white people's homes, right? And I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I think all the races are going, well, if they pick on the white people, they're probably going to pick on us eventually. Of course they will. So it's crazy. It's crazy what they're doing. It's unbelievable. So the Department of Justice notified New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani that anti-white discrimination would not be tolerated. Right? Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Harmit Dillon announced Tuesday that she was putting New York officials on notice about attempts to racially discriminate or deprive citizens of their rights. Now, I don't know, maybe there's people in New York City that think that's fully justified. I'm not sure. I don't know. What do you guys think? Throw it in the chat. Let's see. You guys think that it's okay for them to seize white people's property, right? So, because they're discriminating against non-whites by having property. That sounds legit, right? So they're going to seize it because that's what communists do. So yeah, absolutely not. No. And exactly. And who put in Mamdani yes, I don't know. Yeah, what people voted him in. So the young folk, I guess, and the people that are probably not from New York that were allowed to vote, and the people that had been New Yorkers for their whole lives, grew up in New York, they're probably like going, "What? We didn't even vote for this guy. How's he even talking this bullshit?" So yeah, a lot of you are like, no, 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 and no, no. Right? So but you know, I guess that's what New Yorkers wanted. They're finding out, right? F around and find out. So they're finding out. How long will Mamdani be there? Will the Trump administration be able to save New Yorkers from themselves? I don't know. And should New Yorkers be saved from themselves for having done stupid? I think so. I think we should help New Yorkers. Maybe they'll start to listen to us. It's like, and stay in the love vibrations, right? You stay in the love vibrations, and a lot of times you're not going to do stupid, right? You're not going to get hoodwinked by the evil side, right? So if you get all angry and frustrated because the Democrat Party is, pushing in that direction, they control you. That you're giving them power by being in that state of consciousness. So don't go there. All right. It's very easy. It's very simple. Stay in the love vibration. And when you hear stupid people say stupid things, you're like, that's stupid. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't know if that's a New Yorker way they would say it, but sounds cool. All right. Right. Trump prepares to bomb Iran. Right. It's if it doesn't happen tonight, probably going to happen tomorrow night. All right. So, and not just Iran, just generally, the IRGC, which is basically the Iranian, Islamist, and the Iranian people have pretty much gotten their country back, but they're starting to be shot up. And Trump has already said, then we're coming in. So this is a great opportunity to take down evil in the world, guys. And this is fabulous. It's happening around the world. It just happened in Ukraine, Venezuela, not Ukraine yet, but Russians are taking care of that. But Russians, you're getting a little out of control out there, Russia, trying to get some free fuel from Venezuela, like China, right? Or very, very low cost. I don't know what you guys are doing, but you're gonna have to stay in your lane. And we just, I guess, seized a Russian ship. I think we've seized a couple, maybe one or two of them. But there was one that was doing some fishy stuff down in Venezuela. And then they sailed away, and they were followed, and the U.S. seized them. Now, Juan O'Savin talked about how there was a Chinese ship that was shipping some high-tech machinery to, I think it might have been sent it to Iran so that they could use it for missiles, right? And Navy SEALs, hello, Navy SEALs, Delta, we got them all out there, and they're kicking some butt. So Navy SEALs basically boarded this ship and melted down the technology that I guess is worth millions of dollars, but they melted it into a big metal clump and then left. And it's that's the way it's done, right? You don't have to seize a ship. We just destroy the problem. And if you don't resist or get in the way, then there's no problems with you, right? So, but if you come in and you try and do stupid, you F around, you're going to find out, right? So Trump prepares to bomb Iran. Strike package on alert. In the United States, the only time this has ever happened was, during 9/11, where they completely shut down air traffic. They did that in Greece just recently, right? And seems to be a lot of military cargo moving around that area. And I think we're going to see probably some incursions, possibly by the military, into Iran. Now, a lot of you guys out there, like myself, over the years have bought the Iraqi dinar. You know where I'm going with this? So who's been under the thumb? Everybody thought it was the United States. It's Iran has had Iraq under their thumb, and that's why the Iraqi dinar hasn't gone 4-1. All right. So if you have millions of Iraqi dinar, like I do, oof. So if you don't have any, you better go out and get some. So I think it's going to be soon, guys. Maybe not tomorrow, but sometime within the next few weeks or months or whatever. Those Iraqi dinar are going to go big, right? All right. So this has happened before in the past, and I think it's going to happen soon. So these are another reasons why you should be very excited about the windfall that's coming from President Trump going around the world and knocking hell out of them. All right, that's what he says. We're going to knock hell out of Iraq or Iran if they start to hammer their people. We're going to knock hell out of them. I like it. So let's see what he says.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great. Now let's get into it. As people who've been following the channel know, we are witnessing an unprecedented situation in Iran. Iran has had protests over the years. No question about that whatsoever. But we are witnessing something that, quite frankly, I have not seen before. And that is the regime possibly being on its last leg. The regime, the Islamic regime, possibly fighting down to the final seconds. Why is this critically important? Support for the regime has dried up. Russia is unable to come to their aid other than shipping them weapons. We know at least 5 Russian transport planes did enter Iran in recent days carrying some unknown cargo. Syria, another ally of Iran, already fell. There are no other allies for Iran in the region. It's unlikely, or certainly appears so far unlikely, that China is going to come rushing to Iran's aid. So we have a situation that is unfolding in front of our very eyes where Iran is more isolated than they've ever been, and they're more military weak than they've ever been after Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuke program, taking out Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Fordo and Natanz hit with 30,000-pound bunker busters. Isfahan hit with a bunch of cruise missiles. Keep the cruise missiles in mind because we are going to get into that shortly. So we're...
All right. Will cruise missiles be used again? Very likely, right? Very likely. So I think they're going to be taken down within the next few weeks or less. And we'll see the Pahlavi and his wife come back to Iran. So the crown prince will soon be the king of Iran again. And the people are loving it. The people are calling for it. And they're kicking out their Islamist controllers. So here is Goldie Gamari. She's another person that's basically disclosing on this. Let me see where I've got this at. I did have it loaded perfectly. Dang it. I think this is about it. So we'll give it a go here.
Get that on CNN. You're not going to get that on, I don't know, like all the leftist mainstream media, whatever. You're not going to get that there. But that is the truth, okay? And this is why I'm so grateful that all of you are here, because I hope that since went out and they started protesting. However, this is the important context that the mainstream media and non-Iranians won't give you. And I include like communists, Islamists, and progressives, right? So the important context that these people won't give you is that even though the collapse of the real is what sparked the protests, right? Within 2 hours, the protests went from complaining about the real to overthrowing the Islamic Republic. But more than that, it wasn't just about overthrowing the Islamic Republic. It was about Iranian people saying that not only do we not want the Islamic Republic, we want our Shah to return, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. We want him to return Iran, and we want him to lead
the transitional government that's going to transition Iran from a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democratic society. Okay, so that's really important. That's the context. You're not going to get that on CNN. You're not going to get that on, like, I don't know, like all the leftist mainstream media, whatever. You're not going to get that there. But
so yeah, you're not going to get that because they promoted this. They promote the Islamists, guys. We have to get rid of the Islamists here in America and around the world. This is what the Iranians are doing, and they're doing an exceptional job, and we're going to back them up and help them finish that job and take it to its conclusion. And then it's going to spread around the world. So this is a lot of people haven't been seeing this because, again, the mainstream media and the crooked NATO countries have all benefited from this illicit regime. Now, one of the things that we're going to do is use this now collapsing illicit regime and their nuclear capabilities to control the world with that. All right. So President Trump went in and basically took that capability away. So now that regime is about to collapse, and we're going to continue to see this type of collapse. And we've been seeing this type of collapse happening all over the world in lots of different countries already. So now Iran, the extremely corrupt regime there, the people for decades. I can tell you before we even went into Afghanistan, I talked to an Iranian woman that was her son was dating a friend of mine, or her son's daughter, whatever. Anyway, was dating a friend of mine. And so I was talking to this woman, and she was like, you don't need to go to Afghanistan. You don't need to go to Iraq. You take out the problem in Iran, and all the others will collapse. And by God, everywhere that I went for over a decade after I talked to this woman, Iran was fomenting all the violence and so forth. In every country I went to, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Yemen, all of them, guys. So now we're going to take that away, and now we're going to have peace in that region and fair trade, and everybody's going to be peaceful, wealthy, and happy. It's incredible because these regimes, just like here in the United States with the Democrat Party, they steal our wealth for themselves. All right. We work ourselves to the bone while they're stealing our wealth. This is going to stop, and we're going to become around the world. We're going to become it's peaceful. There won't be any more of these wars, and everyone's going to be successful. There will be a level of prosperity that will be unbelievable around the world coming soon. So this is what we're seeing. It's a fantastic time. But like she said, and I've been saying, you're not going to see this in the press because the press is controlled by them, right? So as they collapse, and these different, press control systems eventually collapse because they're not being funded like they used to, because we're drying up their income, right? That was coming across the borders and from all these different countries. They're stealing the oil from Venezuela. It's going to China and Russia, who already has tons of oil. What the hell they need the oil for? Because they're getting it for cheap. Cuba also was getting oil from Venezuela at the expense of the Venezuelan people, who basically have gone into a communist system there, unfortunately. And most successful Venezuelans have left the country. Most successful Cubans have left their country for decades now, of course. And once those countries are turned around, same thing in Canada, all right? Once all these countries are turned around, then people will go back to those countries, and they'll become prosperous and peaceful. It's going to be amazing, right? It's very simple. It's very simple. You just have to find the source of all the corruption. Pretty much the political system here in the United States, and remove that, expose it, arrest the people that are involved so they can never have any activity or come back and do these illicit things again. So they need to, some of them I think will probably be executed. Some of them will stand trial and go to jail, Gitmo, and wherever they're going around the world, and bases where they'll stay for a very long time, probably for the rest of their lives, hopefully, so they never have the opportunity to come back and do their bullshit again, right? So this is coming. So the rest are very, very close. As you heard, J.D. Vance is talking about, somebody coming in that's going to be involved in, probably very fast prosecutions, I believe. Pam Bondi seems to have somewhat been controlled by the media. I'm not even going to touch Dan Bongino. I touched Dan Bongino years ago, and got a lot of flack from that. Even got flack from Rumble because Dan Bongino owns a piece of Rumble, and so now a lot of people are looking at very hard at Dan Bongino, who has now identified himself as not, someone for us, not a MAGA, patriot and savior after he quit the FBI. All right. So a lot of people are going to expose themselves. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. A lot of these people are just corrupt people that talk a nice talk occasionally, and people follow them and think they got great stuff because they expose something somewhere. But a lot of them are going to start to be exposed. We're going to see a lot of truthers that are out there are going to get exposed for having worked for the CIA and have been funded by the CIA and have lots of success from the CIA. I see them. I've seen them for a while. All right, so they'll only expose how they do. I've exposed people and got a lot of kickback. Just better to let everybody find out, right? As I've learned the hard way, I expose these people and call them out and just get from their organizations get attacked heavily for one, and then for people that are unfortunately consciously compromised, believe in these people, and then push back. All right, so a lot of this stuff is going to get exposed going forward. A lot of these people are going to get exposed, and that's the beauty of this, of the consciousness that is expanding, the renaissance in consciousness. I've talked about this for years, and here we are in that position. Now, and I see my last slide, unfortunately, it's out of whack, but it is the last one. I just pulled it up as, I was going to talk about this earlier, but it kind of puts things in perspective as we end the show. Why do the Democrats want to attack Whitey? Right? Why do they want to attack the white people? Right? Because I know for a long time, and most Democrats, I think, are probably white. I don't know. So I know they were during the Civil War. But if you look at them, partisanship by race, ethnicity, and education, you're going to see the Republican Party now holds a 15 percentage point advantage among white voters. Oh, okay. So maybe that's why. Yeah, that's why the Democrats are going after Whitey, right? So this double-digit lead for the GOP among white voters has held for more than a decade, right? So, Democrats are corrupt beyond belief, and Republicans are a hot second to that, right? Between the two of them, they're both going to go down, both going away. All right. So you see, if you see their mouths open, you just no, just shut up. Right. Just shut up. So, but it is kind of fun to watch them because they reveal, and you see what their agendas are, and then you can, move and on the chessboard and overcome them. Right. And we've taken their queens, their Hillary Clintons, and other queens that were out there. Who's the other queen that was just trying to run for office? Guys, it's just so forgetful. So for people that you just want to forget, it's like, who's that woman that was running for the Democrat Party? Geez, it just like, I just hit the flush button, and I just like forget them. It's like, oh, they're gone. Oh, good, flush. And so yeah, all these queens, all the queens are going away. And Kamala, yeah, thank you, Blue Skies Mom. So Kamala is Kamala no more. She's coming no more. And her buddy, who's I think a switch hitter, Tim Walz. You see him, and when he had his leather pants on, his cowboy hat, he was dancing in a gay hotel place. Right? I was like, yeah, and the way he handles himself, and of course, you got and I don't care. Who's a gay guy, and he's basically a conservative guy that's been he's had lots of pushing back on the Democrats, and they pushed back on him quite a bit. So he came out and said that yeah, pretty much all of Washington D.C. is just gay, right? So, and that's coming from a gay guy. So so you gay guys out there, what do you guys think about Tim Walz? And of course, gosh, we just go down the list, couldn't we, of this one and that one? And because a lot of gay guys have actually attacked some of these people that are in these political positions, calling them out. So I think that we're going to see a lot more of that going forward. Yeah, gay people calling out other gay people. So yeah, you're making us look bad. Stop. Right. So we're gonna see more of that. Right. So I think that's all I got for tonight. I don't have. Let me look through my stuff. Nope, that's it. So covered quite a bit. I guess you guys are seeing it. See that nice setting sun. So it's a setting sun on the Democrat Party and the Republican Party and the Muslim extremist, right, Islamist, setting sun on all of them, right? And a peaceful world coming that's full of prosperity, and it's going to be one of love. Stay in the love vibrations, all right? Good vibrations. All right, so so you're going to be pleased with what's coming. Of course, we have to expose stupid, and as stupid gets exposed, stupid goes away. All right, and we don't want lies and stupid and fraud and all the bullshit that goes along with it. And the people that are trying to start us fighting against each other, we don't need it. Yes, popcorn time. So, but yeah, you better get your popcorn quick. 5 minutes has gone by. There's more shit out there, right, that I could be talking about. It's coming fast and heavy. All right. Yep, you're going to need that popcorn. Gourmet. Get some gourmet, because then you'll enjoy it more. And you slow. Gourmet, I think popcorn is more satisfying, so you don't eat as much. So, I don't know. Good night, everyone. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Democrats are going to try to use this shooting in Minneapolis as another George Floyd type of riot all across the country. Because we know that the Democrats, and we've talked about this, are in deep poo-poo, right? Right. And they're in trouble. And we just saw Tim Walz yesterday say he was going to resign from running for governor. And today we have a shooting. Right now, I've looked at this shooting, and it's legit. You guys know that I have been for most of my life involved in the officer that was involved in this was almost hit by this woman in a vehicle.
and probably other people's lives, because who knows what that woman would have done if she had gotten by. Maybe she would have turned around and then rammed more people. So this is one of the things that we're going to start to see more of, right? This attempt by the Democrat Party to rile up their base so that they start to do these riots. So it gets them, takes the heat off them, like happened during George Floyd riots. I said that George Floyd riot, the George Floyd incident, the moment it happened, if you know, I've had you know, different people on that have talked about, you know, looking in at some of these events and determining whether they were, you know, real or not. And I looked at the George Floyd, and I said all along that it was not a real thing, right? It was staged, and now this one is not staged. Now, what they want to do is they want to rile up these extreme leftist lunatics and get them to do crazy stuff so that this types of stuff happens, and then they come out and rile up their base with it, making false claims like is happening right now. So let's jump into a little bit. I'm gonna run through several things because of other shows that are going on, but this is extremely important, I believe. So we need to look at this. So let's get the background on this. Minneapolis daycare targeting Nick Shirley YouTube video is now closed. So if you look at some of the news organizations, they say there was no justification for him coming out and going against this. So again, you know, spreading false information on truths. So this is what's going on. CBS News conducted its own analysis of several of the day centers Shirley mentioned. All but 2 had active licenses, according to state records, and all active locations had been visited by state regulators within the last 6 months. So here they are trying to diffuse what should be getting Minneapolis residents in Minnesota, the state of Minnesota people all riled up. So they're trying to turn that back off. And then, of course, their radical base that they're trying to inflame, they're trying to deconflict what is truth, right? And make it look like it's not true at all. All right, so other things that Nick Shirley has been investigating, not only the fraudulent daycare centers that are starting to be exposed across the country, but also medical transport companies, and the list is just going to continue, guys. So 1,000 fraudulent medical transport companies. So who's doing all this? So we have, you know, people from Somalia that are useful idiots that they're using to money launder this fraud through, so that the Democrats can use that money for campaigning, for paying off their people within the mainstream, lamestream media to spread false bullshit information. You're going to see I'm a little bit riled up about this. I've already calmed down quite a bit after I saw this video, and I heard Mayor Fry come out first. I heard him, you know, blowing it up, and I'm like, that's bullshit. Let's look at the evidence. Now, he said that he looked at the evidence and there was nothing there, and that the ICE agents were going to spread disinformation. So he's trying to get out there and spread disinformation on what is true. So I'm going to show you guys the video here in a minute after I run through that. Minneapolis is a hotbed for liberal leftist lunacy, guys, all the way back to George Floyd, right? All the way back to George Floyd. So let's look at some of this. Overview of the Minneapolis riots, May 26, 2020. Video of George Floyd's fake murder circulated widely. Protests started peacefully but escalated quickly. All right. Escalation to riots, May 27, 29, 2020. Protests turned violent, leading to significant rioting and looting, fires, people being killed. Destruction of the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct was set on fire, and extensive damage occurred across the city. Financial impact. Estimated damages reached $500 million,
affecting over 1,500 properties. Arrest, approximately 604 individuals were arrested during the unrest. Deaths, at least 19 confirmed fatalities occurred during the protests and riots. The riots led to a prolonged period of civil unrest in Minneapolis, with continued protests against police violence and calls for systemic change. Now, back then, that's when Fry came into, he started pumping his beta male wokeness chest. And it was horrific for a real male to look at that. I don't know how you people in Minneapolis allow this to continue. All right, so you guys also might remember Kyle Rittenhouse. Protests erupted in Kenosha after Jacob Blake, a black man, was shot by police. Rittenhouse traveled from Antioch, Illinois to Kenosha, armed with the AR-15 style rifle. He claimed to be there to protect businesses from looters. Rittenhouse shot Joseph Rosenbaum, 36, after Rosenbaum allegedly approached him. He then shot Anthony Huber, 26, who attempted to disarm him with a skateboard. A third man, Gage Grosskreek, was shot in the arm while holding a pistol. Now, I saw all of those shootings, and I saw the guy that was shot in the arm, and it looked fake. I called it. I don't know what Kyle Rittenhouse is up to, but he's into fakery, right? So I've seen gunshots, and that was not a gunshot, all right? On that guy with the arm, and his arm was blown open. There was a video of it. His arm was blown open. So acting, and I don't know what that was all about, but it was fake, right? So there's a lot of fake stuff going on there, I believe, to really rile people up. Now, you guys also might remember where we had the CNN reporter during the same time frame, right? During the same time frame. You see here the phrase "beyond parody" doesn't begin to describe this. One critic reacted. All right, so this is CNN panned for on-air graphic reading, fiery but mostly peaceful protest. All right, so this reporter from CNN, or that was reporting for CNN, was saying fire but mostly peaceful protest. So burning, but it's mostly peaceful. So this is the lamestream media basically coming in and taking truths and downsizing them. And then, of course, spinning up different activities that are going on to inflame the public, the liberal leftist morons, so that they go off. So you guys know that I've been saying that we're probably going to see this happen in a lot of big cities, right? And I said that George Floyd protests will look like child's play compared to what's coming. So this may be the thing that happens unless we get on top of this and say bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. We're not going to put up with this bullshit from you liberal leftist assholes. All right. So Hilton. So there was a Hilton. This was days before. So let me share the screen on this one too. I think yesterday there was a Hilton that was basically refusing to allow they were canceling reservations for ICE agents. All right, so this was a real thing. Department of Homeland Security declares war on Hilton over canceled room claims. So we're talking billions of dollars worth of contracts, military, law enforcement, ICE agents, on and on and on, which travel around the country and stay at Hilton hotels because they have a contract with them. So DHS is claiming they're going to cancel that. So Hilton got on top of that. Well, kind of on top of that. Hilton disowns hotel owned by franchisee who refused service. So this was, let's see if they pull up this picture of it. It was a Hampton Inn in Lakeville. So it was a Hilton branding that barring immigration and customs enforcement agents was still in effect after they made a statement that they had Hilton had talked to the franchisee. The franchisee said that they were making it right. There was someone that actually visited the hotel and they were still refusing after they claimed that they were not refusing. All right. So this is some of the things that we're starting to see from these guys. All right. So then Hilton came out and said, we're canceling their franchisee, this franchisee. And so they took away their ability. So Hilton got on top of that real quick. Now Hilton might be taking, notes from other, like Bud Light. Remember when Bud Light went woke and had the transgenders? It was like, no, we don't buy from you now. And they lost billions and billions and billions of dollars in stock portfolios, and people not buying Bud Light anymore. So this is what happens to the wokeness, guys, and we have to do this right now. People in Minneapolis, come on, Minnesota, please, you guys need to wake up and start to push back on this. You can't stand back and let this continue to happen in your city and your state. Come on. All right. You guys have to get involved here. Should be coming from people like me outside of your state. Get involved. Get these knuckleheads out. Get them out of your state. All right. Stand up for ICE. All right. From Congress to VP nominee to disgraced former governor. All right. So Tim Walz yesterday dropped out of the race. Today, he is making all kinds of claims. Right. He's all big and bad, and he's talking smack about the ICE agents shooting. All right. So let's listen to this clown town make his comments here. I am so disgusted with this. This has got to stop.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that
First of all, I wouldn't be near a stage with this clown. All right. So by standing on the stage with this clown while he makes these effed up comments, you are basically part of this problem. You are part of this problem.
We've been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our.
So here it is, inflaming the idiots in the Democrat Party, inflaming the morons that are going to come out and start to riot and burn your cities, guys. Here it is. This guy yesterday was out in disgrace. He should have been arrested, should be behind bars, and no one gets to hear him. But here he is, still out here, inflaming the public
safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequence.
Just yesterday, huh? So is this another staged event? Who knows? Was this pushed and promoted? Who knows?
Governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV.
All right, so this is more moronity from clown shows. From the Democrat Party guys, all right? They want to destroy our country. They want to. We need to get them out. We need to get them out. If we can't vote them out, which we can't, they need to be arrested. All right? They need to be arrested, pulled out of office. It's insane what's going on with these clowns. All right, here's the other clown. The mayor is going to come out and make his inflammatory remarks as well.
Are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted.
Now, I'm going to show you the video right after this, that this clown is saying that he watched and there was nothing there. So he is a liar.
But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis.
All right. So remember why ICE is there: to clean up the fraud and corruption that is going on in Minneapolis, in Minnesota as a whole. And these guys don't like that because it's going to take away their money and their power. So they're going to fight back, guys, and this is it.
Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case...
All right. So it goes on. I heard it earlier, and I wanted to jump through the radio and strangle it. So anyway, the bullshit is going to continue until we say no more. All right. We, the people, have to step up. ICE is trying to do the best job they can. They're being, of course, he's been that statement and other statements that he made. He's being hammered. Megyn Kelly, she says, this is so irresponsible. Wait until we've seen and know more. How dare you, as the sitting governor, so he's talking about Tim Walz, further inflame an already charged situation by declaring the officer's defense propaganda. All right. So I'm going to show you one piece right now, and then we're going to move into some more, and then I'm going to share another video. So there's two videos. This one shows the ICE agent doing the shooting. All right, you're going to see it right about in here. So there's a crowd there. There's a inflamed leftist mob, all right, and yelling obscenities. And again, these ICE agents there are to clean up the crime that is basically destroying, Minneapolis, taking the money that they were supposed to be giving to legitimate people and stealing it and sending it overseas to Al-Shabaab, which is basically a terrorist organization. All right, so right here, you see the ICE agent. He is backing up he's got his one arm on the car as she's trying to run him over. This is a real thing. In Minnesota, only if an objectively reasonable officer believes, so he has to be objectively reasonable. If he's an extreme, then it's a no-go. Right. So objectively reasonable officer believes it is necessary to protect him or themselves or others from imminent death or great bodily harm. If they reasonably believe it is necessary to prevent imminent harm, but the force must be proportional to the threat faced. Now, a vehicle. All right, so he's already shot. I'll show you another video in just a moment where it gives a clearer view. All right, so Benny Johnson, clean shot. Now, new irrefutable video evidence shows that the Minneapolis Democrat terrorist hit. So this is Kristi Noem came out and called this a domestic terrorism event. And I completely agree with her. It is. And all these other people that were out there, domestic terrorists as well, because they started to really push on the ICE agents after this. So they're calling Nazi and so forth. Probably all these people, should be somewhere working at this time. But here they are out here probably drawing unemployment and who knows what other kind of beneficiary, supplementation, probably from the Democrat Party to actually come out and do this, right? So the ICE agents basically were out, getting illegal immigrants, and their vehicle got stuck because they're having inclement weather there, weather, right? Bad weather, snow and so forth. So their vehicle got stuck, and then people started showing up and giving them a hard time. So ICE agent is lucky to be alive. Fast reflexes saved his life. And then Tim Walz is calling ICE Gestapo. All right, that probably led to this because, both of those idiots that were, on the news were saying, We knew this was coming. Of course you knew it was coming because you're inflaming your population. Now even Democrats are confirming this individual was following ICE throughout the day. This is what happens when Tim Walz calls ICE agents Gestapo. Also has Kansas City stickers all over it. How about that? All right. All right. Here's, I mean, she had all kinds of stickers from everywhere. I don't know what's going on. So crazy, loony, leftists doing crazy, loony things when instigated to do so. And that's what we're seeing. All right. So, Mayor Jacob Fry rips ICE after officer shot and killed woman. Get the F out, he's saying to ICE. He says that in the news conference, a very inflammatory speech that he gave, guys. You go listen to it. I listened to it once and I don't need to listen to it anymore. It's inflammatory to me, listening to the bullshit, right? Knowing what's trying to be done here. So it comes after Trump administration began an influx of 2,000 federal law enforcement members to the Twin Cities metro area for immigration enforcement and to investigate fraud allegations. You think they'd be like, oh God, yeah, we're like billions of dollars have been disappearing. Please come clean this up. I don't know how it got so bad. Yeah, right. So they're trying to stop it. They're trying to stop the ICE agents from getting rid of their useless idiot, Somali race that is there, that they've brought in from Somalia in massive numbers all the way back to the Obama administration, right? Knowing what eventually would happen, something like this, right? So some of these Somalis have, of course, they're Muslims, so they can have as many wives as they want. So they have a wife and one home and with kids that is completely supported by the federal government and Minneapolis and Minnesota and 2, 3, 4 more, all right? All filled with wives and kids, all right? It's got to stop, guys. Do you want this to continue? I don't know. Maybe you guys in Minnesota wanted this, and that's why you have it. Maybe we should just pull back, just put up some roadblocks and go enter at your own risk. And then anyone that comes out, it's like, what are you a normal person or are you a leftist loony? All right, go back. All right. So come on, Minneapolis. Come on, Minnesota. You guys need to get busy here. Come on. This has been going all the way back to George Floyd, 2020. Come on, people. Jesus Christ. Thought it would be cleaned up by now. So here's the video that basically shows the moment ICE agent Philly shoots this woman. So she comes in, she's disrupting, she's causing problems, and they come in to arrest her, and then she tries to run over this ICE agent, and he shoots her, So you're going to see this now. All right, so I was like, how is this mayor going off like this? It must be something like atrocious. So I watched the video, I'm like, inflammatory bullshit, lie, bullshit, right? All right, so that one vehicle just like got the hell out of there, smart. All right, so here is the vehicle right here. She's blocking the intersection. ICE agents have pulled up. There's going to be another group of ICE agents that pull up, and they're going to be out, and they're basically say, get out of the car. They're going to, she's going to be arrested, and then she tries to run over the one guy. All right, so they're going to come out of the truck. Other ICE agents are going to come in. All right, so you're seeing the one guy here, and this guy's going to walk up. All right, so they're telling her to get out of the car. You're under arrest. No! All right, so right there, right when he tried to open the door, it's locked. She backs up, and she's going to gun it into this other ICE agent. Let's see if I can get it. You can see him right there. He walks into the front. All right, so right there, he walks in. Right there, he's walking up. So you hear all the leftist loonies in the background. No! All right, so he's already being bumped by her. So you see him pull out his weapon. That's a nice quick draw. Good job. Shit. So he's aiming right at her head right now. This guy's telling her to stop. get out of the car, and she's getting ready to gun it. She's going to gun it and run this guy over. All right, so she's done. She's done right there.
Oh my God! What the?
The vehicle goes off on its own. It crashes into a car up the street, off to the left. The airbag goes off. I'm not going to show it here because YouTube might not like it. They kind of block this. So in the beginning, it shows warning, Will Majors. This video includes images and/or audio some viewers may find upsetting or disturbing. So I don't know if YouTube allow it, but you guys are seeing it live, so you get the benefit of it. But you can go look this up. It is out there right now. NBC News has it. It's on YouTube everywhere. Go check it out. Make your own decision. See it from the both angles that I showed you. You're going to make the decision that this guy that did the shoot was justified. So justified, unfortunately, for this loony idiot that was basically riled up by these Democrats, guys, these people that are in power, Tim Walz and Mayor Fry, and I think they could blow this up. They're going to try and blow this up. That's why we have to get this video information out there right away, so everybody can see this and go, no, we're not going there. We're not going to go there. We're not going to allow this. In fact, we're going to push back on all these Democrats that are trying to inflame the population. I don't know if it's going to work. Like I said, I've seen this for years coming as a remote viewer, as an intuitive. It looks like we're out on the verge of this, right? So we can blame. We know who is the culprit. It's the Democrat Party, guys. Let's watch it again.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my God!
All right. Again, she was trying to run him over. And if she got in the way, who knows? She flipped it around and then started running over ICE agents. You never know. So he's protecting himself. He's protecting the public, because who knows? Maybe she just goes off on the public too. All right. So lunatic idiots, guys, being activated by these lunatic Democrats that are in power. We got to stop it. We got to stop it. And we need to expose it. All right. If we don't expose it, if the people, yes, a Darwin Award, she won it. She's a great recipient of it. So congratulations. Bye-bye. And I tell you, I saw all the people that were, trying to instigate something with all the ICE agents, breaking windows, and same typical stuff we see a lot of these riots by the leftist idiots. And I will never be able to do that. All right. Because I do not put up with bullshit at all. All right. So good on these guys. I hate to see anybody die, even leftist lunatics. I mean, I spew your bullshit. I don't care. I'm not paying attention. Right. But if I was there, oof. I mean, they got paint guns. They got, other means to back off the crowd. But so somebody gets close to me, gets in my face, that's a threat. All right. So I'm like, couldn't do it, guys. All right. So these guys are really trained. They put up a lot of bullshit. But threat of life, deadly use of force. It's going to come. So all the leftist idiots out there that want to go win the Darwin Award, come on, let's go. All right. And I think we're going to see cities full of Darwin Awards pretty soon. And unless the people that are in those cities get involved, if the people in those cities continue to allow these Democrat riot instigators to continue to be in those positions where they can do that, then that's what we're going to see. All
Yeah, she's got the FO card, right? All right, they like threw that down, right? The one of the officials that watched for the FO problems, she got the red card, right? She didn't get the yellow, she didn't get the caution card. She went right to red, right? And it got thrown down on her. So, we got to make light of this because it is so ridiculously stupid. You're just going to get riled up if you don't make it fun, right? And I think it's going to make it fun because it basically takes away their power, right? So the end of one idiot, is it going to be the beginning of the end for many more to come, right? I hope not. I hope the idiots, the leftist loony idiots out there go, well, I like screaming and yelling and getting free everything, stealing from the government. I think I'm just going to lay low and not get so involved. All right. Hello, everyone. So Jacob, Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We did this several years ago, but we're going to go over the Georgia election anomalies, if you will. We can't say specifically that there were some problems, but we can bring some information like we have done before. Joined today by Tara Jones and David Cross. We did a show several years ago now, I believe it is, where we went into depth about election irregularity. So we're going to do that again. So it's been a while since you guys have been on the show. So you want to introduce yourselves again? Start with ladies first.
Okay. Well, I'm Tara Jones, and I ran for school board here in Georgia in 2022. And my election results were quite an anomaly unto themselves, which led me to pursue trying to get a hold of the ballots so that I could actually see physical ballots to see each of the 8 precincts came in at exactly like a 60-30 split. Just as a crazy anomaly. And so I wanted to see the ballots. And through that, I was denied getting to see the ballots. And so I've been kind of working on election integrity, not as much as my friend here, David, who will tell you all the details, but that's what I've been doing and what I did here locally. So anyway, David, you take it away.
Sure. All right. So my name is David Cross. I own a financial planning investment management company. We service people that have we've got clients where in total we manage about $100 million for our clients. And I've worked for the big firms, and as Michael might say, even the big baddies. And before I came to my senses, I started my own company 10 years ago. But during the election of 2020, I got very interested in seeing what was happening with the stopping of the counting, and I reached out to a guy named Garland Favorito who runs Voter GA, and he and I have been collaborating ever since. And I've been working with him and several other people that you may or may not know. And through all of this together, we finally got to the point where we're kind of breaking through in Georgia with the state election board, and finally moving the needle. So things are starting to happen, and particularly with what happened in Venezuela with bringing in Maduro. I think it's gonna open up a box. I think it's going to open up a nasty box for people that have been cheating in elections. And I will say this: it's not just Democrats; it's anybody who's willing to pay. Could be Democrats, could be Republicans, could be foreign states. Anybody who wants to have a hand in our elections, we have made it easy for them.
Great, guys. Great. Both of you guys are experts in this field, in my opinion. And the last time we did a show, I thought I was very stunned by the information that you guys had. So Joe Biden in the 2020 election won Georgia by a mere 11,779 votes. Now, it took a while to get those numbers, as we know. So there's a little bit of anomaly going on with that. There's also lots of other things that are happening in the news where Georgia admitted that there were like 315,000. I think that's a number, if it is right off the top of my head.
That's right.
Votes that they said, yeah, those don't count because they were like not done right. But if that's the case, then that 11,000, and I'd be willing to bet that almost all of those are, for Joe Biden. I don't know, but I would say that would probably overwhelm, just like President Trump had said, the numbers. And he had gone after Raffensperger, wherever his name is, and asked him, hey, could you look at this and maybe find some votes in my favor because you're a Republican like I am? And they blew him up on that. So let's go back and let's talk a little bit about where you guys came in at with this.
So just one thing I want to make very clear here is that the 315,000 votes that it's kind of blowing up all over the internet right now. One thing I want to make clear is that those votes, they were I think those were they were I can't say they all were, but I believe that they were lawfully cast votes. We can't go back and undo what happened in 2020. The key thing that we need to understand though is that I'm calling those votes and those ballots into question, as are other people, because Fulton County did not sign the tabulator tapes. They had nobody sign any tabulator tapes. In fact, what they did instead was at the early voting precincts, they took the memory cards out of the machines, took those down to central processing, loaded them into new machines, and printed out the results on those things. All right. Now, there's going to be a lot of critics out there. They're going to say that's just a procedural foul. Okay. But part of the issue is that, if we were playing a baseball game and the Atlanta Braves had 13 errors in one inning, you'd probably scratch your head and say, well, maybe we got a problem. Maybe we have a problem. And that's the issue that we've got with Fulton County, is there are so many procedural errors that if they were just on their own, the one that we've uncovered with all of the unsigned tabulator tapes is enough to put an asterisk by the election results in Georgia for 2020 to say, listen, this is the number that we certified, but we can't guarantee it. And there's no way for Fulton County to replicate anything that happened in 2020. They counted the votes 3 different times. They got 3 different results. In some cases, they forgot ballots. In some cases, they double counted ballots. It's just it's an unreconcilable mess that happened in Fulton County. And as I said, they've got so many procedural fouls that have happened along the way that any sane person would say, you know what, maybe we should have the military count the votes. Maybe we should have the military count the votes by hand instead of trusting these yahoos in Fulton County that keep making excuses.
Wow, that's a good summary. I like that. Very good. Very, very nice, David. So yeah, it's almost like they, messed it all up on purpose, perhaps. So that it's like if you throw a lot of tacks in the road, some of them are probably going to get the chase car, and knock it out of whack, and it won't be able to follow. So it's kind of what I see in a lot of these cases. There's a lot of subterfuge here and there, and it's like you just get tired of chasing all of them, and that just wears everybody out, and everybody just says forget it, And it seems like that's what happened with the overall 2020 election. Everybody just got tired of all of it. The recounts just kept coming up the same. And it's like, gosh, what is going on here? And there was no recourse, it seemed like. What are your thoughts, Tara?
Well, yes, I agree. The people are kind of shell shocked by continuing to hear, oh yeah, 2020 fraud, and we don't want to hear that. We've moved on. Well, when you understand that what you vote for is not secure, doesn't that concern you? When your voice isn't heard, when people aren't represented, and we are controlled and manipulated, and that these voting machines, Dominion, they can be manipulated. They can be accessed through the internet, through, like David was just talking about, thumb drives, they're not secure. But on top of that, when you ask for paper ballots, I want to see the actual counts. Well, they can't be produced. And one thing to remind everybody about, when Rathesberger sold the state of Georgia, the people of the state of Georgia, this Dominion voting system, it was sold to us as, well, we'll be able to produce the ballots so that anybody can audit the results. Yeah, no, that didn't happen. That changed. And so when you control everything, and now we can't do a check and balance, which is what all of us do with our checking accounts, right? Don't we want to know what's in there? Well, let me see, I got a deposit here and I'm paying this bill, so I'm going to check that. Well, we can't check anything. We just have to take your word on it. That is like, really? And the whole thing with 2020, when you go back and remind people, everybody in this country watched, the count was stalled. Some states didn't turn in the count for several days, but you watched on live TV, 12,000 votes went from Trump over to Biden, like on live TV. Well, when you're counting ballots and you're counting votes, each number should go up, both sides. We watch numbers go down. When has that ever happened? In real time. And remember, that's when Fox News called Arizona like at 6 o'clock. That was 3 o'clock their time. They called the race. So how many people knew what was going to happen? We can't verify anything. And so how are we supposed to trust Fulton County when they tell us, oh, well, this is the most secure election, and all of the Board of Commissioners there are standing by their count? It's preposterous for us to accept this. And for some of us like David and I, and yourself, because you've been working with Juan on the 2020, it's not over yet kind of thing. So we're not giving up on this, because we've got to uncover, and we've got to have a fair judicial system that will allow us to bring forth the proof and the evidence. That's another issue that's been a problem.
So yeah, there's lots of anomalies. I know that Brian Kemp, some people call it conspiracy theory, but it is what it is. Brian Kemp's daughter's boyfriend mysteriously died, and that sends a signal to people that are trying to investigate or trying to push investigations. When people start dying, it makes you back off a little bit.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that's real or what, but it's the timing is very concerning. So what are your thoughts on that? And we had talked about earlier about connections all the way back to Venezuela, and let's look at that as well. Talk about that.
Yeah, listen, I'm blown away by the special forces guys that went in there. My understanding is that Maduro had 32 Cuban special forces guys as his personal bodyguards. I think we had a couple guys that that were hurt, but we didn't have anybody that was. It amazes me at what the cool guys are able to accomplish when you give them a clear objective. My understanding is that
clear objective, and they practice for it.
Said, hey, I think I hear helicopters or something like that. And 3 minutes later, 32 guys were dead, and he was in handcuffs. So my hat's off to to the world's greatest military. It's amazing what they did.
Absolutely. Yeah, and having been in that group, the high level, I can tell you that the level of expertise is definitely at that level, and those guys could move through that group very easily, like they did. And the technology, when I was in that time frame, we were decades and decades ahead of everything else, and I know that's still the same. So that helped a lot in that mission as well. So yeah, Venezuela, obviously part of, even all the way back to Chavez, part of election fraud here in the United States and other countries. So what are you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, if you guys recall, and we were talking about this before the show started, there was a press conference with Giuliani and Sidney Powell in 2020 talking about all of the evidence that they were bringing forth. whistleblowers, people. There is a whistleblower who signed an affidavit stating that he was there with Chavez when this Dominion voting machine system was created, and he watched votes change in real time. He watched everything set up so that Chavez would win the election, and consequently Maduro would win his election. So he knew the night of our election when votes started to flip and things started to be turned off. It's in his affidavit that he knew that that's when the Dominion machines were being used. They were being manipulated. Votes were flipped because he saw it. He saw it in real time with his time with Chavez. He saw how they would take votes and flip them. So 12,000 goes to this candidate, and that really happened. But now we can flip and move the 12,000 over to our candidate. So he knew that was happening. So again, it goes back to, we came forward, people like us came forward and tried to prove that there was issues with this election and had the evidence. And these were the 19 people who were indicted in the state of Georgia. And Giuliani had to pay money. Well, now that this has been admitted that there's problems to the tune of 315,000 ballots in Fulton County alone, where's all of this? Like, shouldn't he get his money back? Shouldn't these indictments be reversed? And shouldn't the people who we have evidence against, shouldn't they be gone after? Well, I think it starts with what just happened in Venezuela. I think that's the key. This is going to be the turning point for people in our country to understand we've got Maduro, and he's going to talk, and he's going to tell you what he knows, or he's going to tell the investigators what he knows if he wants to live, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
No, I think he's going to say, "Hey, we just picked up where the old system left off. You know, you guys have been cheating for 50 years." And Michael, I sent you like a 4-minute video that I just found a few days ago that a friend sent over to me. In fact, I think Garland Favorito is actually the person who's circulating it. But it's roughly 2 hours long. I isolated about 4 minutes of it. And this guy's like the OG, election security guy that started investigating things in the early 1970s. And he said, those lever machines where you'd go in and you'd pull a lever and it would punch the card and all that kind of thing. He said they were cheating on those things. So, I mean, I don't know if you, Michael, I don't know if you've ever seen this before. My wife's grandfather, when he passed away, he left an old slot machine, like from the 1920s. Yep. It's got an unbelievable amount of gears and things on the inside. And one of the things that he mentioned when he was showing it to me was like, he's like, "Oh, you can rig this thing, and make it so it never pays out by pressing this little thing over here." And he said, "Nobody will ever know." He said, they'll just get like little payouts. Nobody ever get the jackpot. And so mechanical devices, they cheated. All right. The digital devices we have right now, they're cheating. All right. The system that we have in Georgia, the Dominion system that is now Liberty Vote, all right, that it just slapped a new name on it. They put new lipstick on the pig.
Right.
Right. It was actually originally selected after an exhaustive 9-day search by Brian Kemp, our governor, who everybody thinks is a Republican. And people here need to understand, Brian Kemp is for Brian Kemp. He doesn't give a damn about anybody else, all right? Much less any Republicans that are out there. What he cares about is himself, his legacy, and the money that falls off the table. When he's working with other candidates, and it could be in the form of business deals, it could be money that comes off the table, from somebody like from his daughter, being a candidate, working for a candidate as their fundraiser, because if you're the fundraiser, you get 10% of the take, and if daddy donates $100 million, daughter's going to get like $10 million, just going to fall off the table.
Wow.
The other thing we have to understand too is that, I'll go back with what Tara said. The day after the election in 2020, Raffensperger went on television on the Today Show and said, "We had 4.7 million people cast ballots in Georgia. It was a record. It was amazing. 4.7 million. All right. A week or so later, Georgia certified 5 million votes. 4,980 some odd thousand to be exact. But it went up by roughly 280,000 votes. That doesn't sound like much, but it's 6%. Nobody knows where they came from. And in fact, in Fulton County on election day, there was an emergency meeting by the Fulton County Board of Elections, and it was Dwight Brower that was helping run things. And he comes on and he gives an update about the leak that happened, down at State Farm. They got that all cleaned up. And the other thing he said too is he said, as of about 5 p.m. in Fulton County, we've had 14,152 people that voted. And one of the election board people, kind of quizzically says, "Can you repeat that number?" And he says, "Yes, 14,152. All right. She says, "Okay." And then another election board member comes up and says, "I'm not sure I'm hearing this right. It's not coming through clear. What's the number?" 14,152. All right. Fulton County certified that I think they said they had it's either 57 or 59,000 people that voted that day, which means that roughly 37,000 people rushed to the polls between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Polls closed. And yet all of the newscasters that were out there that were reporting on the big rush that was going to happen for people to vote, they were all saying there's nobody voting. There's nobody out here. So we have so many questions about what's happened. And again, this is, maybe it's a procedural foul. I don't know, but it's just another item that doesn't make sense and doesn't add up. And the naysayers out there will just say, well, you just don't know what you're talking about, or maybe he was dealing with old data. And I'm like, if he was dealing with old data, then why are we calling it a state-of-the-art brand new system? It's just, there's just too many things that don't add up and don't make sense.
So also, didn't those Dominion voting machines come from China?
Yes. Every single one of them. The components were made in China. And there's a couple of my friends that have done some forensic work on the software, and they found not only do they find footprints from Belgrade, Serbia, because that's where Dominion moved their people from Venezuela. They moved their operations team over to Belgrade, Serbia, and the footprints show that people came in remotely on these systems that are not connected to the internet. So we just keep having problems like this that everybody, the Fulton County, everybody else wants to just sweep under the rug, and they're real. It's legitimate, and they're finally coming out.
And this was, they went ahead and bought them even after Texas told them don't do it because they can be compromised.
That's exactly right. And the other thing most people have no idea about, Michael, is that prior to Georgia signing up to use the Dominion system statewide, the Dominion system had never been used on any statewide election system. It had been used in municipalities and small elections and city elections and things like that in some municipalities in the United States as well as Canada. And what's really kind of funny is that the tabulator tapes that people are supposed to sign off on and say, I swear, they're signing off on a little paragraph that says, I swear that I saw that, the votes count, all that kind of thing. But the verbiage that they're swearing to says that that they are swearing and attesting to the election code of Canada, because nobody ever bothered to fix the tabulator tape so that when it prints out here, it's actually according to Georgia laws and Georgia code, not Canadian.
Wow.
Wouldn't that negate any count then? I mean,
again, the naysayers are going to say it's a technicality, it's just a procedural foul, but it's like, again, here we are in the 7th inning and you've got 13 errors. So tell me nothing's wrong.
Yeah, and that's 2020. There's some other elections too that we talked about, Michael, on a show that we did where Herschel Walker was in a runoff with Warnock, and we talked about how, and Georgia is a red state. And so you see all the, like it's Republican. Here's Herschel and Warnock's race. Oh, all of us that are Republican are going to go click Warnock? Vote like Republican, Democrat, Republican. No, we're not doing that. And Herschel Walker lost that race. Like, no, we don't do that. Like you're going to vote for your party, right? So yeah, there was a smear campaign against Herschel. There was a smear campaign against Warnock. I mean, listen, we all know, no one's perfect that runs these races. We get it. We're all human. But that wouldn't make a bunch of Republicans go, yeah, I want to vote for this Democrat. It's not happening.
Well,
so
and Tara, one thing that happened there too was when Herschel was running, that was an opportunity for our governor to step up and help endorse and help, push him across the state. And Kemp vanished like a fart in the wind. He was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, the only person that was supporting him was Trump.
Correct.
And then after the election, you had the two senators, Republican senators that had to compete, and they both lost. So there's like some crazy stuff going on. Loeffler, was it Loeffler?
Kelly Loeffler.
Loeffler, yep.
Don't forget, she has a painting of Mao Zedong in her entry foyer. Just saying.
And you would think because of that she would have won.
I'm confused. I don't know.
I know, right?
Let's not forget too. There was a DeKalb County race that David knows all the details about too. But if I remember correctly, there was a candidate who came in third place, and she was contesting the results. She was a Democrat, but in her precinct, she got 0 votes. And that's what clued her into, wait a minute, this is my husband and myself voted for me, so I should have at least 2 votes.
Right.
And when they did the recount on her election, she went from third to she won. What was her name? It was Michelle
Long Spears.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anybody can look it up.
Had she just accepted the results, you won. You win.
Women that were in the arena when they had the leak, and then they had them on camera, like pulling out the boxes after everybody was gone and running the ballots over and over and over again.
Right.
And you remember their names, and they got presidential citations.
Right.
Yeah, Ruby Freeman and her daughter
Shay Moss. They got the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wow.
Now I'm just wondering, was that on an auto pen? I mean, I'm just asking if that was maybe. I'm not sure.
I haven't looked, but it's pretty easy to see like which documents were signed with an auto pen, because his signature, on the auto pen documents does not match anything even remotely close to what he used to sign.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you guys want me to play that one video?
Yeah. I'd love to show that. So this is a guy named James Collier, and it's again he wrote a book, and hopefully this is going to play right. So go ahead and hit play. Let's see what happens with this thing.
James Collier, welcome to the show. I had the pleasure to be here tonight in the snow. It's coming. And James, what prompted you to write this book?
Well, the book, Vote Scam, The Stealing of America, it's been a 25-year investigation into how elections are rigged in the United States. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there that are going to take umbrage of that election's rigged, because it's our birthright.